All right, guys. I'll give you an update here in 1 second. Just hold on. GameStop has broken above this sloping resistance. I talked about this in my video. If we broke above the sloping resistance, you would see a pop to the upside, and that's what GME is doing right now. See how we retested it this morning and then bounced up? That's exactly what I was looking for. GME is about to pop and AMC is about to pop. This isn't a game. We had a video yesterday, so if you missed that video, check it out. AMC breaking above 550. AMC about 550 right now, as predicted. Where are those likes at? But we already got 300 people in the building, bro. Where are the likes at? Where are the likes? Yeah, we starting early today. Spy is tracking with my prediction. Spy is tracking with my prediction, bro. How the fuck do we do it, baby? How do we do it? Tell me how we do it. If you missed my video yesterday, you missed an absolute banger, bruh. You tripping if you slept on this video. Tripping if you slept on this video. You missed too much. All right, what's up? Good morning, fam. AMC breaking above 550 as predicted in the video. All right, guys, so AMC's back above 550 as we thought it would. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. AMC's about to make a move. The question is, are you prepared for the move that is coming? That is the only question that needs to be had. Are you prepared for the move that is coming? Because AMC and GME stock are about to explode. You guys can see that GameStop is following the prediction as well. I expected GameStop to do a retest of this sloping resistance at some point, either here in pre-market or in market morning. It looks like we got it here in pre-market, which led us to having a massive bounce, which I thought we would. We are going to $25 on GameStop, which will send us to the $30 level. We are going to $5.50 on AMC, which will send us to the $6 level. Now, the only question is, are you going to be there? Are you going to be ready? Are you going to be prepared? It's very, very obvious on what's happening. This is not rocket science. AMC and GME are about to explode and see massive price action to the upside. So the question is, are you going to be prepared for what is coming? Are you going to make a bag? Are you going to get this money? Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have tracked this stock for the past couple of months. Well, for past couple of years, but for the past couple of months, we have been tracking this thing on point. One of the most accurate spots to come for technical analysis on AMC and GME. I literally every morning tell you which way price is going to go. Every day tell you where price is going to go. We got the keys, man. There's nothing going to be stopping us here. Now, the question is, how much money can we fucking make? Taco Tuesday, Tendy Tuesday, Get Money Tuesday, I'm trying to make a bag, change my life Tuesday. Listen, fam. You need a bag. I need a bag. I got some shit I need to do. You got some shit you need to do. Let's get this money. First super chat of the day. Thank you, brother. Oh no, I'm not broke. I just need a bag. I'm not poor, but I'm definitely not broke. 100% not broke. I just got shit I need to take care of, brother. And it costs a lot. I got moves to make, places to go. I want to thank you guys for 13,372 subscribers. We're on our way to 13,500. Next thing we know, 15,000. GameStop at $25 is extremely bullish. We talked about this yesterday, guys. You missed a freaking banger yesterday, dude. Anybody who missed the video, you sleeping on the wrong video, bro. I'm gonna give you guys one more chance to watch it. I'm broke, but I'm 18. All right, that's a little different if you're 18. Yeah, I'm 34, dude, so it's a big difference. I'm not allowed to be broke. I'm past that age. Me too, I gotta go to work now. Don't you hate that feeling of having to go to work if you don't love your job? I don't have that feeling anymore. I used to hate that shit. Watching the time count down until you had to leave. If you can stack your first 10 bands, bro, you could really do something with that. Just FYI. If you can stack your first 10,000, that's when you can start to do something. Once you get your first 10 bands, that's when you can actually do something serious. You could actually do something with that 10,000 and make something. So make something nice. None of the family's broke, bro. You guys got wealth in your mind, bro. You got knowledge. Only 850,000 to borrow. That means 1.2 million to borrow and 1.9 million to borrow. GameStop's waking up a little bit here. $366 people in the building. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe. Just a little bit of pullback for AMC. This is typical. We got the keys. Ape Father with the 99. Ape Father in the building. Thank you for the chat, Ape. That's your third super chat on this channel, brother. Starting his day off early, huh? That is the real ape father, by the way. That is the legitimate ape father. We stand together, son. This Pikachu guy stay hate watching. Pikachu, you're such a hater, bro. My prayers go out to Texas. They got hit worse than Florida with the hurricane. I got so much restoration work when that hurricane came through. Oh my God, I had work for months. So much money. What up, Cat? GameStop 2467, AMC 541. Red Mac D AMC, they might have shorted here. Kind of looks like they shorted. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that they did. A little tiny bit of pullback is not a bad thing. My God. People stay tripping unless the price goes only up. I told you guys yesterday we would probably pull back to 533. Yeah, so apparently I messed up in yesterday's video and I said 433 instead of 533. I meant 533. Sometimes I do that, but I'm going to slow down so I make sure I don't make mistakes because the numbers are important. But I try to do these videos in one take, and I try to do the video like, so when I do a video, guys, I don't have no script. Like, I just try to do the videos in one take, and I get all my research ready, and I kind of get a rough idea of what I want to talk about, maybe like 3 or 4 points, and then I make the video. So sometimes when I'm rushing through numbers and shit like that, I say the wrong numbers. But I'm gonna slow down so I don't make those mistakes anymore because that's important. Yeah, he speaks today at 10. In fact, he's probably speaking now. He probably has at least his testimony. I think the testimony is just, I don't think it's a speech that's public. I think we'll get a transcript of it. That's it. Okay, as long as I corrected it. GME is short for GameStop, but Jimmy is just a nickname we've given to GME stock. AMC moving without GME. Yeah, that's the plan, brother. Unfortunately, AMC is going to make a bigger move than GME. So that's pretty much the plan for AMC to move without GME. GME is going to make a move. People think that, so people are already arguing with me, saying that GME's move is going to be bigger, and then they're listening to people like Ants Trades who's telling them it's going to go to $1,000. Listen, you guys can listen to whoever the hell you want. I have no control over that, and I don't care. But I would hope that you would take into accountability people's track records. How often has Ants Trades been right about anything? And don't say right about SPY, because it is very, very easy for somebody to say the market will go up over time. Every single person knows the market will go up over time. That's why I wasn't trying to call a bull run. I was trying to look for the pullbacks, because everyone knows the market goes up constantly. Okay? That's why it's important to know where the pullbacks are. Like this one when I called it at 460, or like this one when I called it at 525. When I called those pullbacks, okay? Ants Trade doesn't know, and I'm not saying this to be mean, and no offense to you, Ants Trades, if you hear this, but you don't know what you're talking about as far as the market is concerned. AMC cannot hit the same prices that it hit before. Now, I want to make a price target video, and somebody gave me a great idea about the price target video and explaining my previous price target video and this price target video and why it's different. And just a real quick idea of what you would be looking at. So what you're looking at to determine if price is going to go high is you're looking at short interest. You're looking at cost to borrow, because this is telling you what's going on in the background as far as liquidity wise, as far as how many short shares are utilized. So you want to look at cost to borrow. You want to look at short interest. You want to look at FTDs. Also, you want to see if the stock has had any reverse splits before. Has the stock had any dilution before? The answers to those for AMC is yes. It's had a reverse split, it's had a stock split, and it's had multiple rounds of dilution, okay? On top of all of that, the short interest is only 14.43%. And this is why I give realistic price targets, because if you hold the bag this time, you're not going to make it another 3 years, okay? So if you hold the bag and we make this move and it doesn't, and AMC does nothing but go down for another 3 years, I don't think people are going to make it, okay? Another 3 to 4 years. So if you want to hold for another 3 to 4 years and miss your opportunity again because you listen to moon boys like Matt Kors and Trade Trades and Ants Trades, literally Matt Kors, okay, and then Trade Trades, and he's literally continuing the cycle Ants Trades. If you want to hold the bag and listen to people like that, that's fine. You know, that's everyone's choice. But remember what happened last time everybody listened to Moon Boys. It created a series where a lot of people held the bag here when they should have took profit and held the bag all this way. And then what did they have to do? They had to go to a reverse split as well. I don't think anybody wants to do that again. So I would take heed. Again, this is not financial advice, and I'm not a financial advisor, but I would take heed to my price targets. He doesn't understand the market, okay? Because of the multiple rounds of dilution, because of the short interest, not now. When I made my last price target video, AMC had 30% short interest. It had 1,000% cost to borrow. It had over 50 million FTDs. Okay? Now, what do you think 50 million FTDs would do on top of a massive short squeeze? It would cause absolute chaos. I can't even see it anymore, but they used to have, I used to be able to show you guys, go back in time and show you the 50 million shares they had. Listen, it was on the threshold security list for 45 days. Yes, AMC could have easily hit $1,000 then, okay? Could have easily hit $1,000 then, not now, okay? The only way, and I'm not saying this because, I'm only saying this because I want to play devil's advocate and tell you what scenarios could happen, is that let's say there are a bunch of naked shorts and all of the positions cover. Yes, then we could see astronomical numbers. But due to the law of diminishing returns, due to the dilution, due to the reverse split, due to the short interest being lower, due to the cost of borrow being non-existent, due to the FTDs being basically non-existent, AMC price targets are what I gave you yesterday. We need trades to pump AMC. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe. Help support the channel for absolutely free. We're at 13,373. SPY doing exactly what I said it would, coming up for a second retest of the support and resistance. And we talked about this in yesterday's video. Needs to break above, is starting to build. What SPY does have bullish going forward is it did break above this sloping resistance. SPY needs to break above. SPY has support. So that's what I'm looking at for SPY. So you guys can see Bitcoin, that's dropping. Now let's go ahead and hop into Bitcoin and Ethereum, and then at 554.96 and 5 got overbought. We had this pullback here, 56.
550. Now, if SPY were able to a little bit
right
higher,
here's where I talked
and
about it.
retest this one more time, which would be around 556, 556.50. Now,
so you guys can see SPY came up to 556.90, retesting that level exactly, and this is exactly what we're looking for and predicted on the video. That's why you want to watch each and every video. It's time-sensitive information that could literally make you bags. Got 414 people in the building. I need at least 200 likes on the live stream. If you guys want to support the channel for absolutely free, hit that like button and subscribe. Let's go. Tendy Tuesdays. Let's get it. Time to get a bag. I can't tell you to do that, bro. But what I can say is that based off of what I'm looking at, AMC is about to make a lot more gains than GME, but GME will have a rally that is impressive nonetheless. AMC still tracking along. AMC still tracking. Powell is live right now.
Double down. Let's take for example, tens of billions of dollars of student loan forgiveness, constant new plans
It's 'cause of Powell.
to forgive more money, regardless of the constitutionality of their decisions. So it's important to ask, who
Damn
are
it, I knew I
these
should have bought more
billions of
Ethereum,
dollars of
bro.
forgiveness
God damn
actually
it.
benefiting? Well, the answer is simple. This forgiveness scheme will result in debt relief for 750,000 individuals from households with an average income of 300,000 or more. And just don't forget the fact that the average American family has a household income around
Yeah, Bitcoin's probably going to recover. If Bitcoin can break above 58,500.
Student loan forgiveness is actually asking the median household of $74,000 per household to bear the burden of forgiving debt
For other
for
people.
students
It's
who
ridiculous.
live in households of over $300,000.
It's ridiculous.
And the actual cost of this, somewhere between 870 and 1 billion and 1.4 trillion dollars.
Which will cause more inflation.
Why do I have to even ask the question? Why do we continue to punish American families struggling paycheck to paycheck with a new scheme to relieve households over $300,000 of student loan debt?
My
The answer
fucking
is
man,
pretty simple.
dude.
Politics. It's one way to buy vote after vote after vote for November's election. It's just hard to imagine. So while I appreciate your measured words outlining the Fed's work to cool inflation, I think it's past time we all recognize what is truly going on. Political pandering from the left. I strongly believe that our economy cannot handle any more of this wasteful spending. And if you disagree, I would love to hear your thoughts on that. But it's not just spending policies that
Nah, we
stifle
can't afford it,
growth,
bruh.
It's also overregulation. And I can't think of a better example of overregulation than parking more capital on the sidelines through Basel III endgame. That proposal itself
Is
would
ridiculous.
cost millions of Americans.
This guy is
their
spitting
chance
facts
to
right now.
Own a home, start a small business.
Why is student
and
tuition
have
so high in the
access
first
to
place? Because
credit
college
and
campuses
capital
aren't even
necessary
colleges,
to
bro.
make
They
their
literally have
American
rock
dreams
climbing
come
facilities
true.
and day
For
spas,
those
bro.
who are actually watching this
bro,
hearing
college
today,
is a scam, bro.
on
It's because
C-SPAN,
they want you to go there to
Basel
take a
III capital
vacation for 4 years
requirements
instead
are
of
like
actually
taking
going
your
in the
star
real world.
quarterback, Dak Prescott, and telling
fucking
him to
scam,
sit
bro.
on the sidelines because he just might get injured during the season. It's just plain ridiculous. But these proposed capital requirements would just do that, forcing more money to the sidelines of the greatest economy on the planet and out of the hands of first-time home buyers, business owners, and folks trying to achieve the American dream. The stakes are high, and that is why we have to get this right. You've heard me say this a number of times, but it bears repeating. We need transparency in your rulemaking process, as this a normal
They're going to
proposal
fire
lacks any
Powell. I know
form
it.
of clear
I bet you
justification.
guys,
Chairman Powell,
mark my words,
it is
watch this, guys.
essential
In the
you,
next probably
fellow
year, Powell is going to be gone.
governors and the other agencies join in this rulemaking.
So by
Follow
this
the
time
law,
next year,
do
Powell
the
will probably
homework,
be gone.
And then let the public check the work. That's why I believe that it is absolutely necessary to have a complete re-proposal of Basel III endgame.
We got
Give the
415
stakeholders
people in the
an
building, guys.
opportunity
Make sure you guys hit
to
that
take a
like
look
button
at
and
it, then
subscribe if you want to help support the
recalibrate
channel for
what
absolutely
is
free.
necessary going forward. Any increases in capital that are not quantitatively justified harm the American people who need it most. Our farmers, home buyers, small business owners need and deserve access to credit.
Bro, small
Therefore,
business
I'll repeat
owners,
it
bro.
one more time. You need
Shout
to
out to
restore
the small
confidence in
business
this
owners.
rulemaking process. Pull the existing proposal and have a complete restart. And then, when the data has been analyzed and is available for the public scrutiny, reissue an appropriate proposed rule following the requirements.
13,375. Shout out to the new
I look
subscribers.
forward to your opening statement and having a chance to have the
He
conversation.
should be fired now. He won't be fired
Sir
until
Scott,
he's
Chair,
doing
welcome.
the job
Thank you
of
for your service
the
and for
current
your testimony
administration.
today. Please proceed.
Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Scott, and other members of the committee, I appreciate the
Powell's
opportunity
mic
to
is
present
fucked
the Federal
up.
Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. The Federal Reserve remains squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and
Oh,
stable
God.
prices for the benefit of the American people. Over the past 2 years, the economy has made considerable progress toward the Fed's 2% inflation goal, and labor market conditions have cooled while remaining strong. Reflecting these developments, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals are coming into better balance. I will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy.
This guy's lying.
Recent indicators suggest that the U.S. economy continues to expand at a solid pace.
Really? That's what
Gross
GDP
domestic
says?
Product growth appears to have moderated in the first half of this year, following impressive strength in the second half of last year.
Yeah, it's going
Private
down.
domestic demand remains robust, however, with slower but still solid increases in consumer spending. We have also seen moderate growth in capital spending and a pickup in residential investment so far
Really,
this year.
GDP is going what?
Improving supply
Down
conditions
over the
have
past
supported
couple of
resilient
quarters.
demand and the strong performance of the U.S. economy over the past year. In the labor market, a broad set of indicators suggests that conditions have returned to
Motherfucker
about where
lying.
they stood on the eve of the pandemic. Strong, but not overheated. The unemployment rate has moved higher, but was still low. Was still at a low level of 4.1% in June. Payroll gains averaged 222,000.
Okay, so he said unemployment has rose higher and GDP has gone lower while inflation remains high. That is literally the worst fucking economy in the world. Yet this guy keeps coming on here and saying the economy is strong, bro. What a clown.
Per month in the first
How
half
can
of
you
the
go
year.
in front of everyone and just
Strong
straight
job
lie like
creation
that,
over
bro?
the past couple of years has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers, reflecting increases in labor force participation among
That's why he has that
individuals
job,
aged
I guess.
25 to 54, so-called workers in their prime working years, and a strong pace of immigration. As a result, the jobs to workers gap is well down from its peak and now stands just a bit above its 2009.
By the way, if we didn't have that inflation or that the migrant workers coming in, the job numbers would be even worse. By the way, real Americans are not getting these jobs.
Pre-pandemic level.
It's all a facade, guys.
Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year. The strong labor market has helped narrow long-standing disparities in employment and earnings across demographic groups. Inflation has eased notably over the past couple of years, but remains above the Federal Open Market Committee's longer-run goal of 2%. Total personal consumption expenditures prices rose
411 in the building right now.
2.6% over the
AMC
12 months ending in May.
543, GameStop
Core
2426.
PCE prices, which exclude the
Just
volatile
both
food and
slightly
energy
down on the
categories,
day.
also increased
Nothing to be
2.6%.
concerned about. We need to consolidate after the large move to the upside.
2% inflation objective in the early part of this year, the most recent monthly readings have shown modest further progress. Longer-term inflation.
Who gave them super chats? If Bloomberg got members, anyone can get members. They don't even talk. So, guys, here's what I'm expecting from AMC real quick. Just a quick update for AMC and GME. AMC, I'm expecting to consolidate just a little bit longer. Maybe retest this 533 level one more time and then pop to the upside. I expected a 533 retest yesterday. I told you guys that here on the video. Let's see if I can find it here. Or maybe I can find where I made that mistake. I expect a 550, a 533
AMC, show you guys what's
retest.
popping off of AMC. Losing control or do not have to mean uptrend. This is showing that again they are losing control or spent,
And that's what we're seeing now. And I can't find it, but guys, but if you watch the video, you know what I said. We retested, and I told you guys we would test 533. We might retest it one more time. It looks like we just got a good bounce off of this. This might be what we need to push over the 550 level, but if we don't break 550 today, don't get discouraged, okay? I'm thinking we'll break 550 either today or tomorrow at the latest. Right now, from what I see, so basically in the past, AMC has done this for major levels, and I'll try to find an example here. Okay, right here's one. Right here's a major level of $5. So you guys can see one day we came up over it and then got pushed back down. We tried to retest it again this day, and we retested it again later this day. But we did not finally break above $5 into the third day. Now, check this out. We just tried to break 550, but we went above it this day. We retested it this day. There's a chance that we won't break above it until the third day. It's literally the same pattern. We broke above it. We came back down. We came back up for a retest. We didn't get above it. We might have to consolidate for one more day. It's a possibility. Don't get discouraged if that's the case. And then push up. What you want to see is us maintain the levels of at least $5.25 at the minimum, potentially $5.33 at the best. These are the best case result is we don't go below 533, and then worst case result is we go slightly below or have to retest 525.
Inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment.
Yeah, the unemployment
and
numbers
stable prices
are
for the
really
American
fake.
people. In support of these goals, the committee has maintained
A lot of people are
a target
unemployed
range for
right
the
now,
federal
a lot of
funds rate
Americans.
at 5.25% to 5.5% since last July, after having tightened the
And a
stance
lot of
of
people
monetary
lost their
policy
jobs.
significantly over the previous year and a half. We've also continued to reduce our securities holdings. At our May meeting, we decided to slow the pace of balance sheet runoff starting in June, consistent with the plans released previously. A restrictive monetary policy stance is helping to bring demand and supply conditions into better balance and to put downward pressure on inflation.
Bro, the Fed shouldn't even have assets at all. This is ridiculous,
The committee
bro.
has stated that we do not expect it will be appropriate to reduce the target range for the federal funds rate until we have gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. Incoming data for the first quarter of this year did not support such greater confidence. The most recent inflation readings, however, have shown some modest further progress, and more good data would strengthen our confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. We continue to make decisions meeting by meeting. We know that reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could stall or even reverse the progress that we've seen on inflation. At the same time, in light of the progress we've made both in lowering inflation and in cooling the labor market over the past 2 years, elevated inflation is not the only risk we face. Reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will continue its practice of carefully assessing incoming data and their implications for the evolving outlook, the balance of risks, and the appropriate path of monetary policy. Congress has entrusted the Federal Reserve with operational independence that is needed to take a longer-term perspective in the pursuit of our dual mandate of maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored.
Just stop lying, dude.
Restoring
I'm so
price
tired of it.
stability is essential to achieving maximum employment.
SPY looks like it's rejecting, guys, and it could start to see some bearishness start to form. Bearishness is building. You see the 2-hour MACD getting red?
I'll conclude by
RSI
emphasizing that we
overbought.
understand that
Bearishness
our
is building on
actions
SPY,
affect
and it could see a
communities,
pullback
families, and businesses
soon.
across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The senior member of the committee will begin the questioning. Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Former President Trump has indicated that he would propose, if elected, a substantial increase in tariffs of between 10 and 60%, and
Thank you, Eddie,
by doing thus, eliminate the federal
the
income
Ape
tax.
Father, and
First, the question
Brett
is,
for the
what
super
would be
chats.
The impact of tariff increases on prices, consumers, and the economy.
Thank you, Senator Reid. So I'm going to say that we go very far out of our way not to comment on campaign type information. We just don't do that. We also don't comment on trade policy. We have really specific and important jobs, and we try to stick to those.
Well, I'm glad I allowed you to establish that principle up front, Mr. Chairman. But let me opine a bit. 10% increases in tariffs is going to have an effect on prices at the shop aisle. It's going to increase them because they'll be passed on likely. 60% tariff increases are significant. And in fact, I've been told that to replace the income tax, you would have to raise tariffs across the board 70%.
I would be in favor of them lowering taxes and charging the other countries. Yes, I'm in favor of that. Lower taxes on Americans and fucking tax the other countries importing shit. Yes, do that, please. So I have more of my paycheck to work with. Please, yes, do that.
Line of response. You said in your opening statement
that sounds like a great idea.
Appear to be in a better balance, and that's one of the key factors to judge whether interest
Instead of
rates
taking
can be
40 to
raised.
60% of my freaking income and then taxing me when I spend it.
We're not on a very
ridiculous.
faster track to decreasing interest rates from the Fed, and because of the better balance you cite. Could you comment on that, Mr. Chairman?
Sure. So,
Guys, so I'm thinking GameStop will, and I just quick interruption here, guys. I'm thinking GameStop might do something like this. It'll break down maybe a little bit and then pop up to break above the sloping resistance, which will then give it a move to the upside. I'm not. I'll just leave this on here so you guys can get a idea of what I think we're looking at. I'm not 100% certain this will track. I'm not trying to make a track. I'm just showing you guys what I think price is going to do here on GameStop. AMC, pretty much tracking with my prediction as followed, guys. You guys can see here. I expected a little bit more pullback, but I did expect this 533 retest. It came shortly, so bullish morning, reject, 550 double top, come back down for our support, and then we did eventually retest that 533 level, getting that bounce to the upside. Now what we're looking for is a potential retest and break of 550 if we can break and hold 542. All right, back to Powell.
the most recent labor market data do send, to your point, a pretty clear signal that labor market conditions have cooled considerably compared to where they were 2 years ago. This is no longer an overheated economy.
I know some people think this is boring, but it's very
And this
important.
is an economy, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, that is more or less back by most measures to where it was before the pandemic. And that was a strong labor market, but it was not an overheated.
Got 423 people in the
So
building, guys. We're
think
going
that the
crazy.
upshot of that really is that we're well aware that we now face two-sided risks and have for some time. But now, the labor market appears to be
AMC
fully
tracking
back in
perfect.
balance. We know that if we move too quickly, we risk unnecessarily hampering economic activity and possibly interfering with the ongoing expansion. We know that if we move too slowly, that we may undo the good we've done. Well, actually, it's the other way. If we loosen policy too late or too little, we could hurt economic activity. If we loosen policy too much or too soon, then we could undermine the progress on inflation. So we're very much balancing those two risks, and that's really the essence of what we're thinking about these days.
But the direction seems to be going towards lowering interest rates at some point. We would hope that might be a wish rather than a direction.
But I think if you look at the last summary of economic projections, I guess I would say it this way. It doesn't seem likely that the next policy move would be a rate increase. We don't take things like that off the table, but that does not seem the likely direction. The likely direction does seem to be as we make more progress in inflation and as the labor market remains strong, we begin to loosen policy at the right moment.
Thank you. Just 2 weeks ago, the Supreme Court handed down two decisions that impact every federal regulatory agency, including the Federal Reserve. They overturned the Chevron case, which had eliminated judicial deference to agency decision-making for many, many decades. And they also dramatically extended the statute of limitations under the Administrative Procedure Act. What is your judgment is the cumulative effect of these decisions on the Federal Reserve more broadly, what does it mean to the economy if virtually any regulatory decision the Fed makes can be second-guessed by a judge? What position are we in now?
So we're as an institution very focused on reading the actual letter and intent of the law and following it carefully. This is a strong institutional value that we have. Those are brand new decisions that just came down, and we're really in the process of just studying some. I don't have anything for you on them, but we will of course follow the law as the Supreme Court as the Supreme Court has read it, because that's their job.
Well, thank you, and I concur with compliance with the law. But
He concurs, guys.
when you do your analysis,
AMC's getting ready to make that move towards 550.
Your ability to regulate the banking industry in the United States, I think you have an obligation to make that public. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Scott from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, we've heard a steady stream of commentary that there will be changes to Basel III endgame proposal. That can be seen certainly as good news.
Endgame
Some reports
proposals.
say it could be finalized as soon as August. Others say you're circulating a term sheet for a revised proposal.
AMC looks like it's setting up for that
Through it
move for
all,
550.
This proposal will have outsized impacts on our banking system from
Right now, guys, what we're doing, we had this big push up. We're consolidating. And that's going to lead to another move up. This is a bull flag. This is a bullish structure. You just have to let it play out. What we're going to be looking for to see when this eventually plays out is we want to see 5-minute MACD go green. And then you'll start to see 10 go green, 15-minute go green, and it will start working its way up. And that's going to cause us to have that pop to the upside. But right now we're making like a bull flag type structure here where we push up, consolidate, and it leads to another push up. Let's go ahead and check out short shares available to short. 1.2 million short on AME, and then 2 million to short on GameStop. A lot more short shares for GameStop because the cost of borrow being lower because of the recent dilution. I just want to say, I know some people love Ryan Cohen and they think he's the man and blah, 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 blah. But I just want to say that, you know, he is a little bit better CEO than Adam Aaron because he hasn't done nearly as much damage to the shareholders. But diluting here was a huge slap in the face. A huge slap in the face. If they would have never diluted here, we would have ran so high. Guys, there's sometimes I wish I could just explain or articulate properly some of these times how close we really were to having a massive, massive, massive short squeeze. Several times. Right before the dilution on Adam Aaron. So Adam Aaron also was if you guys knew, like if everybody knew exactly how close we were, there would probably be riots. Literally. And I'm not calling for violence or anything like that, but people would literally flip their shit if they knew how close we were to a market breaking short squeeze right here. And I want to point out something here, right here. We had the same pattern from the 2021 run-up. We had a huge 100% run in after hours. Then it came back down and consolidated and started going higher. We were about to have the same fractal squeeze right here when we had 30% cost to borrow or 1,000% cost to borrow, 30% short interest, and huge FTDs. And we were about to have a market-breaking short squeeze that would have sent AMC and GME to the absolute moon. When GameStop ran this hard here and then Ryan Cohen diluted, we were also about to have a massive short squeeze. But I think the time we were about to have the biggest short squeeze, at least for AMC, was right here when we had all of those huge metrics and then Adam Aaron diluted after that huge court battle. Now we have the same similar run up. We have this huge run up here. We consolidate it and we're pushing to the upside. Now, this is all the same stuff. We're about to have a big move now, but I want to show you guys, man, we were so close right here, guys. We had that big push up in after hours. We came back down. Then we started consolidating at the higher levels and pushing back up, same as the 2021 fractal. So this isn't the first time that we've seen the 2021 fractal reappear. This is actually the third time that we've seen this fractal appear total, and the second time we've seen it appear after the first run up that it's appeared here. So we have the first fractal here. You push up, you consolidate, you go a little bit higher, and then you have a bigger move. Then we have one right here, which we are currently dealing with. And then we had one back here. You push up higher, you come all the way down, you consolidate, you go up a little bit higher, and that would have sent us to the moon, but we got dilution. And now we're here. AMC going for that 450 retest as expected. I told you guys AMC after retesting 533 would most likely be going back up to retest the 550 level. Now we're going to go test 550, and most likely this time we'll be able to break it. But we will see here in a second, guys. But you guys can see price moving exactly how we expected, exactly how I'm predicting. Came back down, retested 533. I told you guys now we're getting set up for that 550 retest. Let's see what happens here. We're getting green MACD on the 5-minute time frame, so that is a good sign. And remember what I told you, we want to see MACD go green on the 5-minute, then it will go green on the 10, the 15, and so on, and that's going to lead to the breakout of this overall bull flag. So we're starting to get in the position that we need to be in to see this move. Let's go. Make sure you guys drop a rocket in the chat and leave a like and comment and subscribe. Help support the channel for absolutely free and help get this thing popping, help more apes see this message. So go ahead and hit that like button and subscribe, and also share the live stream.
Big to regional to our U.S.-based foreign institutions, as well as impeding access to credit for consumers. So even though you yourself have said there will be broad and material changes, I believe this proposal is flawed, both in process and in substance.
Keith, what up? Sunny GG.
Do you agree?
Thank you, Zelly, for being a mod. I appreciate it.
Existing proposal and issuing a new
Mod
proposal
squad and
with a robust notice and comment process.
Let me update everyone on the status of all that. So over the past several months, we've had, in fact, Vice Chair for Supervision Barr has held a series of discussions with the other bank regulatory agencies around potential changes.
Got 197 likes. Let's get 200 likes on this live stream. We got 420 people in the building, 420 in the building.
Very close to agreeing on the substance of those changes. And I can't really be specific because nothing is agreed until everything's agreed, so I won't have a lot of specifics for you today. The question where we're continuing to try to make progress is that of process. So it is my view, it is the strongly held view of members of the board that we do need to put a revised proposal out for comment for some period. And the reason is, when there are broad and material changes.
Dude, this guy just gifted 50 memberships.
To deviate from that practice.
Look, gifted 50 Bloomberg television memberships.
With the Administrative Procedure Act.
How much is 50 gifted? How did he get that?
We're working through that question with the FDIC.
Don't give Bloomberg money. What are you doing, dude?
We haven't reached agreement on that, but I'm very hopeful that we will. We're prepared to move forward at that.
Give me 50 gifted, dude.
Well, I appreciate most of your response there. I do want to discuss one aspect more of Basel before we move on to another topic. I find it very concerning with how much of this proposal, this process, appears to have been done behind closed doors. The Fed, the FDIC, OCC proposed Basel III endgame last July. Then in October, the Fed began the collection of data to conduct a quantitative impact study on the cost of Basel III proposal. A study which I will note should have been conducted before any proposal was ever issued. Move forward to January of this year, Vice Chair Barr committed to a public comment period once results of the study were published. We are still waiting to view the results. Keep in mind, all the while, we're hearing rumors that the Fed is working on revising its proposal and moving towards an updated version. Please help me understand how.
I don't know how much their memberships are. Mine's $2.99.
Public comments, basically my question.
As you know, we have received extensive public comments, and we've also evaluated the quantitative impact survey that you mentioned.
Yes.
And so the idea would be when we do reach agreement with the other agencies fully, that we would publish the proposed changes and also the quantitative impact survey, and also the effects that the QIS suggests that the changes would have. So we'll put all that out for comment again for a period of time, and then having had yet another round of comment, and we can then move toward
50
finalizing.
memberships is
That's basically the broad
$149.50.
So
That's
how
insane.
I would see this moving forward.
And how long do you see that opportunity for public comments?
So it would be meaningful. I mean, it might be 60 days. We don't need to make, it doesn't need to be a long one. But, you know, before we do that, there's a lot of work that needs to take place, you know, before you actually put out the revised proposal. Quite a
Powell
bit of
looks like
work.
he's getting
So it
mad.
will take some time, and then we would put it out.
Bro
and-
looks like he's getting
And then it
upset.
would be, I'm just taking that number, 60 days of comment, and then we would get the comments back, and it would be another period of evaluating the comments, and only then would you go final. So there are a number of steps here.
Tariffs are paid by
Just
the
final point, as I'm running out of time here.
country's
Senator
imports.
Reid, made the comment about the Chevron
When they're
case and
importing
the
stuff,
impact
but
it could have, certainly
what you
curtailing
are saying
the amount
is
spent in the
price gets
regulatory
passed
state.
on to the consumer.
The necessity of a cost-benefit
What Trump is
analysis
saying
on new
is he would
regulations that will
put
impact the
tariffs on
economy,
stuff
I
and
think,
lower
quite helpful.
taxes. So you would
The
end up with more money.
1,000+ pages of Basel III, I think there were about
You
20
want less
pages that
taxes. You want
reflected
more
some
of
kind
your money to do what
cost-benefit
you
analysis approach.
want
I
to
would
do
really
with it.
hope that we see more of that going forward.
Thank you.
Senator Tester from Montana is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the courtesy. Chairman Powell, good to see you here today. Appreciate your work. Look,
All right, quick little update here on SPY, guys. We just want to watch to see if SPY managed to break above or not on this level. It looks like bearishness is building on SPY right now. You guys can see MACD going red. But it's still showing signs that it could potentially break above this line here. So we want to watch it very, very closely. If SPY does break above and hold this level as support, you would see a nice pop to the upside if SPY was able to break above this overall channel. I'm thinking it's probably going to reject at this point, but we'll see. We'll see here, because you still have green MACD on the 4-hour time frame. Now, also, guys, just a quick update here for AMC and GME. Dude, I just had deja vu, bro. This is so crazy, man. I've had deja vu a lot of times with these freaking price actions because it's like the same. SPY was doing the same shit. AMC and GME were just both slightly down, and then they went green on the day later in the half day. I swear to G's, bro. If we go green in the later half of the day, I'm done. Because I'm literally repeating the same days. I see it now. This is insane. This whole market is repeating. Listen, dude, we've had a day just like this. SPY was slightly green. SPY was slightly green and rallying, looking like it was about to top out. AMC and GME were slightly red. And then at the end of the day, both AMC and GME went green. If that happens, bro, that's insane. It's a glitch in the matrix. I've been having 2021 deja vu all week. Maybe then this is just deja vu week.
regardless of where I go in the state of Montana, housing is a big issue, whether it's Billings or Butte or Bozeman or Busby or Big Sandy, it doesn't matter. Larger towns to medium-sized towns to small towns.
I want
housing
less
is a
taxes.
huge issue. And I think it's a huge issue all over the country, and correct me if I'm not correct in that. And I was wondering how the housing challenges fit into the overall economic picture that you're seeing.
So we do pay a lot of attention, and I would agree with you.
13,377. Shout out to the new subscribers. Thank you.
Before the pandemic, certainly the pandemic has created new distortions, and you know, monetary policy works through interest-sensitive spending. There is no more interest-sensitive spending than, you know, buying a house and having a mortgage. So, for sure, our tighter policy is having an effect on economic activity in the housing sector. But I would also say the best thing we can do for housing is to succeed in getting inflation down to 2% on a sustainable basis, so that rates can come down, so that the housing market can get back to what was the pre-pandemic normal, which is to say, still a housing shortage, but not dealing with the kinds of specific things we're dealing with now.
So let me drill down a little bit. I'm speaking not necessarily from a housing cost interest, and you're correct on the things you just brought up. I'm speaking more from a standpoint of economic growth, in that there are plenty of small businesses, schools, hospitals, Main Street businesses that can't hire people, they can't expand because there simply is no place for them to live.
There's no place to go.
How does that fit into your economic outlook metrics? Because I think it's, from my perspective at least, I think it's limiting the opportunity for expansion. It's limiting the opportunity for entrepreneurs, business startups. And does that fit into the economic picture that you look at?
So our mandate is for stable prices and maximum employment. And again, I think for housing supply, the best thing we can do is get inflation under control so that rates can come back down, so that we can have a more normalized set of rates and a more normalized housing system. But I think policies to increase housing supply are really not so much in the hands of the Fed, they're in the hands of legislatures, you know, state and federal.
Do you believe that if we were to put forth some
This random cell signal right here. It's just a random cell signal.
If those incentives resulted in more affordable workforce housing on the market, that would have positive impacts on the economy?
You know, these are questions for you, but I would say this, that I'm aware that housing is in short supply, and that
Dude, this guy's going crazy. What this guy, this guy's wild. He did 50. That's gotta be some type of scam or something, bro. That can't be real. It's gotta be some type of scam. It's gotta be some type of scam, bro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? 4? It's gotta be some type of scam. They're trying to get you to buy gifteds or something, and they have some random account on there giving gifteds. I was driving when you were talking about Moon Gang, $1,000 price target. It's quite certain they are talking about targets based on pre-split values. Okay, but why would you? Yo, it's literally a dog and pony show, bro. I'm glad you realized. It's like, oh my god, bro. I'm glad you realize it. It's so freaking stupid and annoying. Alright, so I want more money in my wallet again. Yeah, less taxes.
for many, it's a critical need for the workforce.
I just want to do a quick update here, guys, for AMC and GME GameStop. It looks like it's going to try to break above the sloping resistance, which could see it have a pop to the upside. This kind of gets in the way, but let's put super trend on. And AMC still consolidating. Yeah, and pre-split values means nothing now. That's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say, Nate A. Thank you. That means nothing now. So if they are talking about pre-split values, that's stupid. That's just dumb. What how does that help me? Only thing that would do if you're saying, okay, 1,000's pre-pit value or pre-split is now I have to freaking do, people have to do math to figure out the freaking price or move a decimal.
And so
We had tariffs in 2020 and they didn't do that. 2020 was great, bro.
It's not up to us.
Look, I want to talk about the independence of the Fed for a second because I know that
Don't
you
be
are
scared of
strong,
so scared of
supporter
things, bro. People are
independence,
scared.
As am I. And
We had literally had tariffs in 2020, and 2020 was I think everyone had way more money than they had now.
Give me your perspective at least on why the central
Or at
bank
least before the freaking pandemic.
independence is so critically important.
Thank you. I'd be glad to. So essentially all advanced economies have adopted a policy of central bank and operational independence. And that just means that we make our decisions, we're instructed to make them without taking in extraneous factors, one of which would be politics.
As time goes on, people are getting less and less and less bread. More and more people are becoming poor.
That serves the public well.
And very few are like rising up.
We just want to stress
and
as we do
or
periodically that this is an institutional choice
like
that we make as a
very
country.
few are rising
And as
up,
long
and
as
the
it's
people that
seen to
already
serve
have
the
bread
public
are getting
well,
way
it's a good
more.
choice. We think so.
Okay, on advanced economies, there's some that talk about the economy of this country not being in very good shape. From your perspective, tell me how the economy of this country is doing compared to other advanced economies that have central banks.
You know, so I'm in lots and lots of international discussions as part of my job, and the story for the last 2 years has been just how exceptional the performance of the U.S. economy has been, and that's not a secret.
Did you guys just hear this guy? Did you guys just hear this guy? This is how you know they don't live in reality, bro. This is how you know they don't live in reality. This guy thinks the economy is good, bro. If you talk to an everyday consumer, bro, they're gonna tell you they are living paycheck to paycheck and they're literally dying. They're getting squeezed out of every cent and they're about to lose everything.
Clearly, the U.S. economy has performed very well compared to sort of our advanced
Bro,
economy.
people don't have no money in their savings account right now.
Is there any country in the world with the central bank, any advanced economy that's performing better?
Better as a central bank?
Let alone having assets. If you have assets, a savings account right now, you're doing better than like 50% of Americans,
None
bro.
comes to mind. As I think of the majors, the answer would be no.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Tester. Senator Rounds of South Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, thanks for coming in.
Despicable Me.
I just want to focus on two specific items.
4 might have helped a tiny bit, but it's just a bullish catalyst. It's really technicals.
Laying out the concerns that many of us have had with it.
AMC held 502
I would like to go back into just one particular issue, which I think a lot of folks out there that follow this.
over
I know it's
Friday,
technical
giving
in
us this
nature,
gamma
but
boost
Let
here.
me just ask a specific question, and you can kind of pick it apart for me, please. Both you and Vice Chair Barr have confirmed that there will be material changes to every risk type outlined in the proposal. Since there will be significant changes, do you believe where the agencies have landed now would be considered a logical outgrowth of the original proposal from last summer?
For those people who are not familiar with, that's the legal test for that turns out to be if it's a logical outgrowth. If it's not a logical outgrowth, that would legally require a reproposal. And I don't want to make the legal judgment. I will just say again, from my standpoint, my view and strongly held view of some of my colleagues on the board is that it will be appropriate for us to put out the changes again for a period of comment, just because it's the right thing to do. It's what we would do
Let alone the
typically in
credit
a
card.
situation where there are, material changes to a proposal.
Yeah,
Do you
a lot
feel
of
that you
people
have
are living on
consensus
credit
with the board
cards,
to
and
allow that to move forward?
it's just the
in
world's
terms of
just bad
additional
right now,
comment
bro.
period?
The American economy is just
Yes,
really
but of
bad.
course we have to get the FDIC and the OCC.
And these guys keep
in
telling us
discussions
it's
with
not.
them to work on something that would meet that need, and we have to get their agreement too.
It's not for them because they're
It
rich.
sounds like that's the path that you
They're
would like
getting
to go
even
down.
richer.
Yes.
Of course, it's good for them.
If that were the case, would it be fair to say that we'd probably be looking at final determinations or recommendations for a Basel III endgame proposal probably into next year before it would become anything of a final determination.
I think that may be right.
They're not like us, y'all.
It's that something like that could be right. Yeah. I mean, it's you can't. It's hard to be precise. You know, we would put it out. It takes some time to write this stuff up. Then you put it out for comment. Then you get the comments. Then you read the comments. Then you write the final rule. You know, beginning part of next year is a good guesstimate.
The only reason why I push it is because there are so many folks directly involved with this, and the impact on our economy here and with a lot of our financial institutions. This is a significant change, and it's one that a lot of people are following. So I'm trying to get you to get into the depth of this as much as possible, and I thank you for that. I'd also want to go into one other area, and once again, this is something that you and I have had visits about in front of this group before, but I want to talk about what the parts of inflation are and what parts you can control and what parts, as the Fed, you really can't control. The demand side of the equation on inflation is the part that you have the tools to work with. But there is the supply side of the equation, which is still out there. And I want to just lay this out because
Wait, what do you mean?
as we
like
do this in this setting, it
homes
naturally
from
becomes political in nature
650
because one of the starting points that we talk
What
about.
do you mean, like the amount
is
of
when
homes
this
available
administration
or
took
what,
office
inventory?
And what happens with supply side issues
What are
at
you
that
talking
time.
about, Utah?
And as I work my way through this, I just want to share the concern that I've got. And then I recognize you don't want to be political in it, but I want to lay this out. And then I want to talk about what you can control and what you can't control with regard to making changes on inflation through the processes that you have. When President Biden took office, gasoline prices, since President Biden took office, gasoline prices have risen over 54%.
Jesus.
Energy prices have risen.
We all know it's more than that.
41%. Fuel oil prices have risen 37%.
Everything's increased
Now,
in price.
I can go on and on,
insanely.
but you understand what I'm saying is energy has increased substantially. And I think one of the reasons for this has been additional demand as we've come out of a pandemic. But the other part of this has been whether or not investors really want to go back in and invest in traditional energy resources after the president made the specific determination to cancel the Keystone XL pipeline on the day that he stepped into office.
Which was
when he did that, he
horrible,
sent one heck of a message
horrible
to
idea.
investors about traditional energy and
He should have
investing in
never
traditional
did
energy
that.
in the United States, and the fact that a multi-billion-dollar
out of fucking
contract
control.
or contract could be canceled with the stroke of a pen. Now, my question to you is, what percent, or has there been a discussion about what percent or what amount of the inflation that we've seen, over 20% increase in terms of affordability for a lot of our products, how much of that is attributable to the demand side and how much of it really is attributable to supply side challenges that we've seen in this country?
This guy don't know and can't answer
That's
that
a question that we've thought about a lot, and any attempt to reduce that to a precise number would be inappropriate because it's so uncertain. But I think we can say, I believe strongly, there's a significant demand element and there's a significant supply element, and we've seen the supply side heal so much
This
over
guy's
the course
so-
of the last year or so, and we
Shit is
clearly
insane,
see that that's
guys.
contributing to lower inflation. We also see cooling demand, for example.
He literally said, bro. He literally said. They said, well, do you think it's supply or demand that has a reason on why we're seeing inflation? How about all of the money you fucking printed, you dumbass? This is why I can't watch this shit, guys, because I get infuriated because I understand what is going on, and when they are literally doing one thing, like with one hand, right, and then got another hand behind their back doing another thing, or saying one thing, bro, and then doing another thing, bro. These people are wild, bro. This guy's literally gonna start rambling about this question, right, and not answer anything. Watch.
In the labor market. So the two forces are working together. I can't really break it down. It wouldn't be.
I can't really break it down. I don't know. I don't really have a number. He's not going to answer the question. Watch. He's just going to ramble. Watch.
It would be such an imprecise estimate.
Just simply an acknowledgement, though, that it is both demand.
It's both. It's definitely
and
both.
it is supply.
It is both. Yeah.
Thank
for
you.
sure.
Thank
Oh
you,
my
Mr. Chairman.
God.
My time has expired.
What is the point of this? They're not even asking all of these people. You need fired. You need fired. You ask some decent questions. You need fired. You need fired. And you need fired. kindly and respectfully, sir. This is insane, fam. Clown show for a clown world, bro. I
It's
want
risen by
out.
half percentage point over the
I
past
want
year.
out.
The number of jobs, job
why I have
openings
to
has
get
dropped
millions and millions of
almost
dollars and just get my own
50%.
island.
The hiring and quit rates are now below pre-pandemic levels. I'm concerned that if the Fed waits too long to lower rates, the Fed could undo the progress we made on creating good.
He said, it is supply and demand. Bro. A lot of the supply chain issues have been created by them, first of all. In fact, all of them have, because they shut down the economy. I don't know who ever thought shutting down the economy would be a smart idea, but they shut down the economy, creating the supply issues, and then they printed all of that money, creating all of the inflation. So not only did they create the demand issues by printing all of that money and giving it away, but they also created the supply issues at the exact same time. They knew that inflation would come, bro. This is all orchestrated, bro. They already knew that inflation would come. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that inflation is going to come when you disrupt the supply chain. And on top of that, you give everybody money directly to their bank account. That never happened in history, bro. They gave you direct cash to your bank account. This shit is crazy, fam.
Good paying jobs, full employment.
They're
is part of
leading
the
us
mandate,
to
as you, say over and
implosion,
over.
bro.
How are you assessing the risks of higher interest rates in the labor market?
So I completely agree with your characterization that the latest data do show that we've had considerable cooling in the labor market, and we're very much aware that we have two-sided risks now, as I mentioned earlier, and we're determined to balance those as best we can. We want to see more good inflation data, and we also want to continue to see a strong labor market. And those two things are equal under the law. We have this challenging thing to balance them, but we're very much conscious that that is our job, and we're trying to do that.
Just go away,
You know that
dude.
if
I'm so
unemployment
tired
trends
of
upward,
you.
you must act immediately to protect Americans' jobs. Workers have too much to lose if the Fed overshoots inflation target and causes a completely unnecessary recession. We will say that over and over and over again. I think you understand that.
It's not an unnecessary
Higher
recession.
interest
We
rates are
need it at
making
this point
housing
because
more
the inflation.
unaffordable. Higher rates are supposed to lower cost, yet housing prices
your fault.
continue
You
to
guys made a
soar.
bubble.
By keeping rates high, the Fed ignores the economic reality of the millions of Americans struggling to make ends meet and get ahead. Let me ask you three quick yes or no questions, if you would answer that way. Since late 2022, when the Fed began raising rates, has the volume of housing sales decreased?
I believe it has, yes.
Since late 2022, has the median home price increased?
I believe it has.
Yes.
Since late 2022, have monthly mortgage payments become more affordable or less affordable for home buyers?
Less
Less
affordable.
affordable.
Okay, thank you. In short, despite housing sales declining, the median price for a single-family home has increased by nearly $20,000. People are spending a greater share of their income in mortgage payments. So in some higher rates, it's clear from your answers and data, it's clear higher rates are not bringing down housing costs. The cost of home ownership is only going up. Let me shift to the synopsis.
Do not start talking about low-end rates,
Tens
you
of thousands
dumbass.
of people, including many Ohioans, have lost access to their money due to the bankruptcy of this fintech middleman. Reports indicate that as much as $95 million may have gone missing. The Fed oversees one of Synopsys' former partner banks, Evolve Bank and Trust. As a regulator, it's your job to make sure that bank.
Did you hear what this guy just said? $95 million may have gone missing. Bro.
Protect the people whom they serve. What's the Fed doing to help customers who felt the impact of
Absolutely
the
nothing.
collapse? What are you doing to regain access to their money?
So we do supervise the bank. We don't supervise Synapse or let alone the fintechs that feed into Synapse. And we're strongly encouraging Evolve to do whatever it can to help make money available to those depositors. We also, as you may know, did an enforcement action against, before this all happened, we did an inspection or looked at Evolve, and we hit them with an enforcement action around these very risk management issues, again, before the current situation developed.
Okay, it's critical that consumers are made whole as soon as possible. We will continue to talk to you about that. We will watch. We will let you know we're watching. The Fed needs to use its supervisory authority to ensure that Evolve is committing the resources necessary to return those funds to the account holders. Last comment, I want to note one last thing. Last year's Fed report on the failure of Silicon Valley Bank noted how
GameStop still tracking right now, guys. You guys can see GameStop consolidating. If GameStop can break above the sloping resistance, it will see it pop to the upside. AMC also still consolidating right now. Let's go ahead and check see if they just dumped any shares. No shares used. They are building up a lot of shares on GameStop for some reason. Why are they so afraid of GameStop? Why are they so afraid of GameStop? I do have a slight theory that the fractal might change and we might actually go higher like this time. Maybe if GameStop breaks above its previous high of like 65 bucks, well, obviously then we're going to go higher, right? Obviously, but we could probably go for that $70 gap fill and or maybe even all-time highs, which would be insane. They're scared of GameStop for some reason. They got 2.2 million. They just keep loading it up on GameStop. Maybe they're just trying to get as much as they can, or it's funny how they buy shares and cost to borrow goes down. I don't understand how we literally see demand increase for the shorting, yet the cost to borrow goes down. All thanks to Adam Aaron and Ryan Cohen's dilution. Do other stocks dilute? Like, come on, man. Stop diluting, bro. No more dilution, bro. The fact that anyone was ever convinced that dilution was a good thing. Oh, my goodness, bro. I just wish people understood the market, bro. Because in the supply and demand aspect of a short squeeze, because, bro, dilution will never, ever help a short squeeze, bro. So literally the exact opposite of what you want. Introducing new supply. You're introducing new supply. You want a low liquidity scenario. You want utilization at 100%. You want high short interest because you want the float locked up and utilized. That way it creates a low liquidity event that can cause the imbalance, which will make a short squeeze. By adding supply, you all that up. I'm expecting AMC, since we consolidated here, we kind of came up for the 5. We came up as high as 549. Got rejected down a little bit here. Might have to retest 525. Not a big deal, guys, right now. Still consolidating after this overall massive push up. And we did talk about a possible scenario where you would retest 525. Not worried at all. Still looking good in my personal opinion. What do I want to see here? There's something I want to look at. GameStop retested 24. And I think I've talked about a possible retest of $24 in the video. I know I at least told you guys we had support there for GameStop. GameStop RSI starting to get oversold, so GameStop should attempt to get a bounce soon. They got a lot of short shares for GameStop. I don't know why, but they really don't want GameStop over $25. They really don't want GameStop over $25. Seems like they're more scared of GameStop breaking $24 than they are of AMC breaking $5.50. Unless they can, it's just because they have and unless it's just because cost to borrow is 0.52% and cost to borrow is 1.49%. It might be. All right, back to the dog and pony.
Incentive-based compensation encouraged excessive risk-taking that led to the bank's failure. You
keep an eye here on GameStop. GameStop should be getting a bounce.
In front of this committee.
Right here, guys. So if I were to just move this down a little bit, we should bounce around this $24 level. Let me just adjust this a little bit. This is just visually showing you what we could potentially see for price. All right.
The report, the incentive-based compensation that led to the bank's failure, I mentioned, it said that SVB managers, quote, had a financial incentive to focus on short-term profit over sound risk management. That's what a number of us, Senator Smith, Senator Butler, Senator Warner and I have said over and over, that the short-term profit over sound risk management causes significant problems to our financial system. Compensation practices still pose a threat to our banking system. I urge you to move quickly to join your colleagues in the long overdue rulemaking on executive compensation. I mean, you know, you read the reports at the outrage of the public about executive compensation continuing to go up and up and up and up. You have a role, a significant role, a legal role to deal with that. Thank you. Senator Tillis is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. I want to be real quick on Basel III Endgame, and I want to be mindful of time. Just simply, can I get a commitment from you on releasing the results of the QIS?
Yeah, we plan to release the results of the QIS.
What time frame?
Well, first we have to get agreement with the other banking agencies, but as soon as possible.
Can you imagine any agencies having a concern with any other banking agencies having a concern with releasing it, or is it just a matter of
Not
pro
at all.
forma? Okay.
It's just a matter of the bigger picture of getting agreement on the revisions to Basel III and also how to proceed.
That's great, and I really appreciate the feedback that I've received from you. I should have started by thanking you again for your continued accessibility and discussions outside of the committee. They're very productive, and I appreciate that, and your leadership at the Fed. I grew up in the 70s. Got my Social Security number in 1973 when I was 12 years old. That's when I made my first payment. So I've been following the economy even as a youngster. And that was a really lousy time to enter in the workforce. Tell me, and I'm hearing discussions among some of our members now that would almost be reminiscent of discussions with prior Fed members saying, look, we got to lower interest rates and we've got unemployment out of control. So it sounds like we're taking some suggestions from some of my colleagues or plays from a play.
So we might need to retest this 525 level here. Even though this is just a wick, we did have this wick up here to 570. And this is exactly where we went last time. So that does create kind of, not unofficial, but kind of like a double top type structure, which would take us down to this 525 retest. RSI will get oversold around that level, and I would expect AMC to bounce off of that level.
Book that didn't prove to be very effective back in the 70s. What can we learn? I'm not going to ask you about where you go from here.
GameStop
But
RSI
if we
oversold.
look back into a post-mortem on some of the decisions that were made when we had consistently high inflation, we had consistently high unemployment. what lessons can we learn there, or what mistakes should we not necessarily repeat? And I know that this is a fingerprint of a challenge. It's not exactly like
It's a tough time.
the stressors that we had back in the 70s, but what can we learn from the decisions, what I think are arguably the wrong decisions made back then when we were dealing with high unemployment and high inflation? What did we learn?
I think the number one thing we learned was that it's up to the central bank to take it on and stick with it until it's done. And that doesn't sound controversial now, but it actually was back then. And so people didn't really get in there and get it done, and inflation kept coming back. I also think there were significant differences this time to the questions a minute ago. This is
AMC getting a bounce, RSI getting oversold.
Of a supply side that we had very significant supply shocks along with big demand shocks from the reopening of the economy and from all the other things that happened. So I think we have to, each one of these things is different in its own way. We try to learn the lessons of history, though.
Do you agree or disagree? Any disconnect between inflation and inflation expectations from the 2% target should be addressed now and not at a later time?
Absolutely.
I like that answer. I want to go to something different. I'm trying to go into a lightning round now and finish on time. We've seen the 2024 stress test results for the banking, U.S. banking system. It looks like to me, by every objective measure, we've got a banking system that's on strong financial footing. Do you
drop
agree?
some rockets, y'all. Drop some rockets. Help them out. Help AMC and GME out. Drop them rockets. And hit the like button and subscribe. Help support the channel for absolutely free.
On that one. Can I urge you not to overlook the second order issues, important FBOs in certain regionals to ensure the banks are not unduly influenced? If the current proposal, for example, the outsized operational risk costs were high, are we going to take care of that in any sort of reproposal?
Let me just say we're very conscious of the comments across the spectrum: foreign banks, domestic banks, small, medium-sized banks. You know, everyone's going to get heard carefully as part of this process. That is our obligation.
And I think in response to Senator Round's question, you did indicate there's probably, because of the nature of the likely changes.
Evie V with the rockets. Evie V with the rockets.
What may ultimately come, we are going to open it up to comment again.
That's the strong view of the Federal Reserve. We're working on that question with the FDIC and the OCC to try to find a path to do that. But
Very good.
From our standpoint, that's essential.
I think it's a strong view.
Yeah, it's probably going to build bearishness and break down, dude.
Very, very important, because I think it's going to materially change. Thank you.
Unless it can break above this yellow line here, that's going to be our only confirmation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, it's good to see you again.
Bollinger Bands are tightening up, so volatility definitely starting to happen. Price trending up, RSI trending down, bearish divergence.
First of all, I agree with the chairman.
Guys, SPY is going to be breaking down soon. Look, price trending up, RSI trending down. We've seen this before. You've seen this before on SPY. I've showed you guys this before on SPY. I'm not going to be able to find it. It's the 525. It's the 525 correction. Remember? Look, right here. RSI started the, is this it? Is this it? Yeah. RSI started the trend down while price was trending up. And then I told you that price would flatten out and then correct. Right? You see how RSI starting to trend down while price is trending up? And then I told you price would flatten out and then correct. That's what's happening now here on the smaller time frame. Look. RSI trending down. Price trending up. Starting to flatten out. And it's going to correct. It's going to bounce. It's going to reject off this line and come down in a big way. Not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. But right now, you don't want to short until you get confirmation. AMC getting a big bounce right now. GameStop looking a little green too. We got double hammer candles. This is bullish. Double bullish hammer candles on GameStop with RSI oversold. GameStop and AMC look like they're setting up for a bounce. Drop them rockets to help support the channel, help support AMC, help support GME. Yeah, so SPY's going to start flattening out and then reject down. I predicted a green week, but I said it's not going to be a big green week. We might even end up getting a red one like this. We might end up getting a red week like this. Bearishness is building too. You guys can see on the 2-hour MACD, red. 1-hour MACD, red. Bearishness is building up. If the 4-hour MACD goes red, this thing's coming down. AMC working on a bounce. Rockets in the chat. Rockets in the chat. Yeah. Tenny Tuesdays. DZ live stream. You already know what it is. Hey. GameStop tracking.
You know, I probably hear more on housing and housing affordability than any other issue, and I agree with the chairman. And I know we've discussed this around a rate cut, and I understand most of your answer, but I still want to add my 2 cents here. We've got to find a way to start bringing mortgage rates down and let people get unlock that housing market. And again, we've discussed the rate cut issue, and I know you've got to navigate that, but I hope it's sooner than later. I will not recap what I've done in the last couple hearings with you, but I do think the discount window proposal that I've gotten, that I know you're working on, you know, before we think about additional regulations that we do need in some cases, I think the discount window is an underused tool. It was one of the original tools for the Fed. A lot of my colleagues have talked about quantitative easing, or Basel III endgame. I do hope when we get the revisions that we'll see the quantitative analysis that, again, Senator Tillis already raised and other colleagues have raised. I also hope that one of the questions I raised in my March letter to you was, you know, making sure any new regulatory structure, how it intersects with existing regulatory structure in terms of market risk, credit risk. And I, again, hope that we will have that as the revisions come out. I think one of the things that this debate around Basel III raised was that it is, my understanding at least, looked at, you may be all looking at revisions to liquidity standards as well, and wanted to see.
All right, guys, we're about to get this popping.
And whether that part of those standards are under review and what your thinking is.
Yeah, and I think that actually connects to the Silicon Valley Bank questions as well, where I think there seems to be a need to update assumptions about liquidity. And that's a step.
So I want to see GameStop. I want to see GameStop get a bounce here. And I want to see AMC start to get some bullish momentum back. How can you bring down housing? People still can't afford that. You have to be balling as fuck to buy a house right now. People are doing it, bro. People are moving from like New York with bags of cash. Rich as fuck, bro. They're moving from New York to like Florida with bags of cash and buying cribs. What DZ merch do we got today? Let's see here. Yo, we in the building right now. DZ on the fitted, you feel me? We live. Face cam is coming back, y'all. All right, you can see the MACD starting to curl up. Yep. We're building bullish momentum on the meme stocks. We're building bullish momentum, y'all. GameStop breaking above sloping resistance. Remember, I told you guys if GameStop breaks above the sloping resistance, it'll see a pop to the upside.
It's a separate proposal that we're also working on. And, you know, very important. I think we saw how fast that run was. It was just exponentially faster than prior runs. That's the new world. And
GameStop and GME and AMC are about to bounce, y'all.
Baked into things like
Bearish day, not that. We're going to have a green day.
Ratio, for example.
We're going to have a green day for that.
If you had
Just wait on it. Trust the process, y'all.
No matter what the
gotta trust the process.
And one of the things, I guess, there was a lot of talk after SVB that we need to think about internet-driven runs. A lot of us raised concerns. Candidly, I'm not sure I've heard any good proposals. So whether it comes from you guys or from folks listening, how we think about this new internet-driven world. And frankly, I think some of the irresponsible behavior by some of the folks that were major depositors in SVB who in many ways shouted fire in the crowded theater, and we've not seen any action there. So I would welcome additional ideas as well. And that kind of brings me to my last
AMC and GME bouncing as predicted.
Around supervisory reform, I know the GAO criticized the Fed's supervisory procedures and the role they played in the 2023 failures. It is a whole brand new world. Are we going to look at, will your changes to supervisory standards be comprehensive? Will they be one-off? How do you think about that in light of the GAO report, and also in light of just the SVB and the few of the other failures we saw last year.
Vice Chair Barr is, who's Vice Chair for Supervision, is leading a process of looking at the way we supervise banks and thinking about how we can be faster where it's appropriate, more forceful where it's appropriate. And I think, they've taken a pretty deep dive and tried to learn these lessons and then implement them in a way that is appropriate. So that's a big project going on at the Fed right now, which really Vice Chair for Supervision leads.
I think I remember lots of conversations with the chairman, with you, with the FDIC, and that Thursday through Sunday. And I think the solution you guys came up with, the administration came up with by Sunday night was a good one. But they were a pretty scary 3 or 4 days there. And it did seem like the process, I don't know completely how you get fully ahead of that. But I firmly believe that there should have been a clearer early warning system and trying to make sure that we wouldn't be in that kind of crisis situation going forward. And again, I would strongly encourage any additional thoughts on this technology risk and how we get that right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Order, Senator
By
Kennedy.
backing the U.S. dollar with Bitcoin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That way you don't have fiat fucking
Mr.
currency.
Chairman, our economy is slowing, is it not?
Yes, although still growing at a solid pace.
Our unemployment rate is rising, is it not?
Yes, it
Yes.
is, although the labor market is still strong.
Yes,
Our
it
labor
is, even though the
market is
labor
slowing,
market
is
is-
it not?
Yes, but I'd say unemployment is still,
Look at this guy's face right now. He's sick, bro. And he keeps just saying the same thing over and over again. He keeps repeating his lie. We know that a recession, depression is coming, dude. Anybody who can read data, which is not fucking hard, you look at the GDP number. The GDP number's coming down. You look at the inflation number. The inflation number's going up. If you know what inflation is, you know that's bad. If you know what GDP is, that's just basically the growth of the country, okay? That's all you don't have to look into it any deeper than that. If that number's going down, that's bad, okay? GDP's going down, inflation's going up, and then also unemployment's going up. These are signs of recession. We have inverted yield curve. Stop lying.
still low by historical standards, but yes, it is. We've seen cooling, yes.
And I was looking at the recent jobs numbers. I know you've glanced at them too. About 3/4 of the net new jobs that were created in June were in government, healthcare, and social assistance.
How does
What does
that
that
help?
tell you?
So that's a concentration. You'd rather see broader job creation than that. Those three areas have, in some reports, they've been, as it was this time, they've been the predominant creators of jobs. That tells you that job creation is becoming less broad in the economy and it's narrow.
It tells you that government's creating those jobs, doesn't it?
Well, it's government. It's also in-person services. It's also some of it's government.
Manufacturing's been flat.
Yes, manufacturing's not creating a lot of new jobs these days.
Information technology shed jobs over the past 2 years, hasn't it?
I don't know.
Yes.
Leisure and hospitality jobs have slowed almost to trickle.
So that's a place where there was a desperate worker shortage, and they've done quite a bit of hiring, but they're catching up now.
I mean, three-quarters of the jobs that are being created in our economy can be related directly or indirectly to our spending deficits, can't they?
In this report, in this single report, I don't know that healthcare is really government spending. That's something people are
Where do you
consuming.
think these hospitals get their money?
They may get it, but I mean, people are not. The spending on healthcare is not necessarily directly related to deficits. Is my point.
I would disagree with you. I mean, here's my point. We talk a lot about
expectations in terms of inflation. How if we expect there to be inflation, we'll get inflation. It seems to me that consumer expectations play a bigger role in the economy than we cede to them. Most of our economy in America is consumer driven, is it not?
Yes,
Unlike, say, China, which is manufacturing driven.
very much so.
And I listened to you cite the statistics about the economy, but most Americans don't feel good about the economy, do they?
No, and we don't tell people how to feel about the economy.
I mean, isn't it a fact that most people, if you ask them to define Bidenomics, they would say that's easy. We get to pay more to live worse.
I wouldn't touch
You don't want to answer that.
a sentence with that word in it.
Yeah. I mean, we can pretty this up all I guess my point is, and I know you're going to do this anyway, but I'd be really careful with this economy. I mean, people just don't feel better off today. And one can marshal a persuasive argument
We
that,
need to
well,
see
you
the
should,
MACD go a little bit more green.
compared
We
to
need to get
Europe,
back above 533.
or compared to China,
We're working on it. We're working on it.
compared to Canada.
GameStop, I think, is going to bounce
But
and it's going to help AMC push up.
Feelings are feelings. People don't feel good about this economy.
So I think that GameStop's going to push up a little bit here, and this is going to help AMC. See how GameStop's about to get green MACD on the 5-minute time frame? AMC got some green MACD on the 3-minute, but we need a little bit more. We're already going red 1 minute, so AMC might need to consolidate a little bit. GameStop, I think, is going to push up, and that will help us. Bro, that shit was funny.
And it's primarily because of inflation. Let me use my final 30
There's a
seconds
gap
to
fill
ask
to the upside for GameStop here and
I
here.
listened to my
1
good
minute
friend,
gap
the
fills.
chairman, give his opening statement.
1 minute gap
Do you think
fills right
inflation
here.
is caused by corporate greed?
I hate to comment on something the chairman was speaking about.
Or
but-
go ahead.
Well, so I would just say, we see at the Fed, we see inflation as when there's an imbalance between supply and demand. And we use our tools to work on the demand side of that and bring it back into line with supply.
I got 2 seconds. So when are you going to lower interest rates?
I'm today not going to be sending any signals about the timing of any future actions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Smith of Minnesota.
That guy asked some good questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Chair Powell. It's good to see you again. I want to follow up on kind of the line of questioning that Senator Tester was
Who was
on
that man?
a bit ago. He was talking
Is that a
about
Kentucky
how
senator?
the U.S. economy
Is that the
has been
Kentucky
outperforming
senator?
other advanced economies around the world in terms of
Who was
growth
that
rates,
man?
in terms of
I commend you,
unemployment,
sir.
in terms of inflation, getting inflation under control, though I think we obviously can all agree
Bro
that
went
we're not,
off real quick.
at least from my perspective, we're not done yet, and we don't want to rest on our laurels. But I'm wondering if you could share what you think that we have learned from this experience.
said
What
you
have
get to
we
pay
done
more
right?
to live
And
worse.
why is it that we are doing better than some of the other advanced economies in the
You get to
world?
pay more to live worse, my dude.
I think that it's down to the fundamental strengths of our economy. So, as you may know, European economic officials are very, very focused on this question. They really, it comes up in all of our discussions. Europe has seen productivity increases of about 1% a year for 40 years. We've seen 2%. If you take a number and compound it at 1%, then compound it at 2%, the difference is just enormous after 40 years in terms of incomes and living standards. And their question is, why is that? Why is that? And the standard answer that Americans tend to give, and that I would give, is it's down to more flexible labor markets. In the pandemic, they stayed in their existing jobs. In the United States, we had people changing jobs at record levels. And that's the kind of thing that adds to productivity and contributes to rising living standards, going back to school, getting skills and things like that. Another one is our financial sector. We have we don't just have banks, we have a highly developed ecosystem of financing sources that will fund early stage investments. Banks are really not set up to do that. They're prudentially regulated. And so those are some of the things. And I think we just have these natural strengths as as an innovative, more flexible economy. We can grow faster.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. I think sometimes there's a tendency to sort of trash our economy and to sort of say, oh, we suck. And actually, I think that there's great resilience in our economy. I would argue that it has also to do a lot with the incredible resilience of our workers and their creativity and their talent and the training and the education that they have.
Yeah, because we work way harder
And I think I would also argue that I would
work
expect
3
you
jobs
to make
if
this
we need
case
to.
that the way in which our federal government
do what we need to support our
responded to the
family. That's why.
pandemic, in order to make sure that people weren't evicted, that they had, they still had money to pay their bills even when they weren't able to work, meant that overall our economy, survived and was ready to kind of be off to the races when we emerged from the pandemic. But Chair Powell, I'd like to ask you a question, something that you and I have talked about, I continue to be thinking a lot about, which is the commercial real estate risk that we have in this country. I think particularly for office space, we know that has been under strain the last several years. The sector has remained largely stable, but we are hearing about some additional default risk. And one thing that I'm noting is that there's some expectation or concern that may fall disproportionately on smaller banks. I think that commercial and regional banks hold an estimated 2/3 of all the commercial real estate loans in the country. And so unlike larger banks, these smaller institutions might find it a little harder to deal with this. So could you discuss this with us? Could you tell us a little bit about how you see this risk and particularly whether this poses some additional risk that we might be seeing more concentration in the banking sector as these smaller banks are maybe under more pressure?
Yes, so this, to your point, this is a risk that has been with us and will be with us for some time.
AMC pushing up
probably for
slightly.
years.
AMC breaking
And,
back above
banks
534
need to
support
be,
and resistance.
honestly assessing
This is exactly what
their
we
risk
want.
is. They
We have
need
a
to be
double
sure-
bottom right
sure
here.
that they have the capital and the liquidity and the systems in place to manage this risk. The stress test that we applied to the
going
largest
back up.
institutions stressed commercial real estate
Going back
very hard.
up, baby.
And again, the conclusion is that the large banks can manage this problem. And most small banks can too, but it is in some smaller banks that tend to have that local concentration in commercial real estate. And, we're in touch with those banks, the supervisors and regulators are in touch with those banks and making sure that they can manage them. And it's going to be an issue for many banks, but it's one that we're trying to work through, one that we're very much aware of. And again, it'll be with us for some time.
Thank you. I think so much about the importance of these small regional community banks in small towns, big towns in Minnesota, and how important it is that, in my book, that they can stay independent and better serve their communities in that way. So I worry about this risk. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Smith. Senator Butler of California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, good to see you. And I am going to make you do the whole
Double bottom.
last 5 minutes since I'm the last one for today. You'll recall the first time that we spoke, I tried to engage you around 3 specific areas. One was how the monetary policy impacts the quality of life for young Americans in the future and the work that you are doing. The space of climate risk and what
AMC double bottom in effect right now.
See as
Make sure you guys hit that rocket, hit that rocket, hit that rocket.
And that is the state of commercial real estate. You and I have had that conversation before, and no surprises today. I'm going to stick to those 3 topics. Somewhat related to questions that you've been asked before relative to the housing market,
You don't like
housing
Biden?
affordability, and interest rates. I want to narrow the scope just a little bit to ask
Isn't he a
about,
Democrat? Is he Democrat or Republican?
How those issues and challenges impact again the
I don't think
quality of
even
life for
Democrats like
America's,
Biden.
Next generation.
I don't think
Given
anyone likes
severe
Biden
shortage
anymore.
Of affordable and available homes
They
to
just
buy,
made you like
coupled
Biden
with,
because they told you
high
to hate
interest
Trump.
rates. Young Americans are continually unable to
And people do what they're
afford
told
homes
'cause
and are
they're
pushed
cheap.
into a rental market, driving rental costs up. So there is sort of trickle-down impact here? Recent Washington Post analysis.
Dude, I remember I was at work, and when Biden got elected, some people were jumping up and down and celebrating. Little did they know they were celebrating what was about to become the worst 4 years of their life. Not saying I'm for or against Biden or Trump or anyone. I'm just saying the facts of the matter were, bro, shit went downhill fast.
Showed that Gen Z is spending 31% more on housing than their millennial counterparts were 10 years ago after adjusting for inflation. How do you view, that was a long lead in to just ask
anyone would have been a better president, dude. Anybody.
Envision or view the interest rates of today and the monetary
they couldn't find
policy
anyone better,
balancing
dude,
that the Fed is doing on
than
contributing
Biden
to the future generation predicament if we are to extrapolate
You could have picked anyone,
the
dude.
conditions of today.
So the our job, of course, is
Pick freaking
the whole
Joe
economy,
Biden.
inflation for the whole economy, and the absolute best thing we can do for younger people is to restore price stability so that as we benefited from, I graduated from college in 1975, near the end of the big inflation period. So during most of my adult life, inflation has just been not a factor, and that means stable interest rates, relatively low interest rates. We want to get back to that, and that is what the Fed's job is that we're not supposed to look at the housing market as separate from the overall economy. In the meantime, though, there's no question that higher interest rates are making it harder to buy homes.
Bro, shit went downhill so fast.
But in the longer term, this is the best thing particularly for younger people who are not yet in the housing market.
Dude, I would have.
In line with that,
I don't even know, man. Hillary might have been better than Biden, bro.
Definitely aligned with the concerns of my state that's actually facing some severe
Anyone, bro, would
climate
have been better than
impacts,
Biden.
just as we speak with wildfires and our colleagues and
Wisdom,
fellow
he ain't
Americans
wrong.
in Texas and the impact of the hurricane.
I think Wisdom just got, that seemed like an emotional comment. It's okay.
Sort of
He can speak
about
his
the
opinion.
Fed pilot on
It seemed like he
the
was just a little
climate scenario
emotional.
exercise.
He might be
In
feel
May,
strongly
the Fed conducted
politically.
a pilot climate scenario exercise and asked the 6 largest U.S. banks to examine their balance sheets and how it would be effective.
A lot of people feel strong about politics and get emotional. It's fine.
Facing data gaps on property characteristics, their counterparties and insurance coverage. How does the Federal Reserve intend to invest in expanding modeling resources for banks that are implementing climate-related financial disclosures?
So
AMC's going back up like we thought it would.
Information or whether to repeat that exercise. To your point, it was really a learning
529
exercise,
retest. We talked about 525 retest. We bounced at 529.
How are they modeling it, and how does it work really? It's a very, very challenging thing to model. And so that was really the nature of this exercise. In terms of disclosures, we don't really have that's not really our job. That's really the SEC. So, but we don't have a big job on climate, but what it really is to make sure that the institutions we regulate are aware of and understand the risks that they run, including risks from climate.
And that they're prepared and learning how to
Emotions over politics is mental weakness.
How to mitigate those risks.
Look, I wasn't gonna go there, but you. Look, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
To evaluate whether
I was just reading a
run
comment.
the exercise again and/or share more broadly the results of that exercise.
I think we did publish
most
of the results.
You want
of
to
that
think
exercise,
logically
so
about things,
I
but
don't
that,
know what to say about that.
unfortunately, that's not
we're
what
looking at it and
humans
we're
do
asking
sometimes.
ourselves, what did we learn? What do we need to learn next time? I'm not exactly sure what factors we'll be looking at, but we'll be doing a careful assessment of what more we need to do.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Haggard is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What needs to happen is people need to
Chairman, last week in Portugal, you said that you
look
wanted to be,
within
quote,
themselves to be
more
the savior and
confident
stop
that
looking
inflation is
for
moving
the government or
down
someone to come along and save them.
You also said
We
your
all need to
testimony
just
you need
look at
greater
ourselves and be
confidence in looking at data
self-sufficient,
before
and
lowering rates. Can you give us any
everything
color
else will fall into
as to what it
place.
is you're looking for in the data and how long it might
Stop
take us to
looking
get
for the
there?
government to try to come save
We
you.
need just to see more good inflation data. That's all. We had 7 months of good inflation data at the end of last year. Then we had a quarter, really a month or so, where inflation went up, and now it may be, we had one really good inflation reading.
The hype will come soon, brother. The
We
hype
just need
will
to
come
see more
soon.
so that confidence rises. I'm not going to
I am hype, brother.
Are we weeks away?
I'm just
months
waiting
away?
for the explosion.
I'm going to try to avoid sending any really specific signals about time today because it's going to depend on the data. It also matters what's going on in the labor market, though. You know, we've also said that if the labor market weakens unexpectedly, that could be a case for loosening policy as well. Really, we're weighing both those factors.
Here's one.
Guys, we are breaking above the blue medium line right now on GameStop, and you guys can see Bollinger Bands constricting, and we have green MACD. GameStop is setting up for a move back to the upside. Most likely, GameStop will go green on the day and close green on the day. Not financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. AMC breaking above the blue medium line as well. So you guys can see that AMC breaking above the blue medium line as well. So check it out, check it out, check it out. We are on and popping.
One of my concerns, I'm sure you probably share it, but we're coming off of a 40-year high in inflation. We've seen the rate of inflation coming down, but we haven't gotten to the 2% target. And my concern, for lack of a better term, is whether or not this might be transitory in terms of the data that we're seeing right now.
It's not transitory,
That's exactly
dude.
why we're approaching this question carefully.
I thought that might be your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we shift now to the issuance of Treasury debt? You know, the Fed is the largest holder of Treasury debt. In February, you and I talked about the pressures that our fiscal deficit is exerting on interest rates, which by extension makes your job more difficult. I'd like to talk this time about how Treasury issuance is impacting our economy and our monetary policy. First, just a basic question. If Treasury issuance were to shift drastically, either to the long end or the short end of the curve, would that affect interest rates?
You guys' energy is perfect today. I love it.
The changes in supply
I love the energy within the chat. I love you guys' energy today. I love the conversations we're having.
I agree. As you know, the Treasury Borrowing Advisory Committee recommends that T-bills comprise between 15 and 20% of total U.S. debt. Right now, the Treasury is issuing
Buy
T-bills
drop over time, brother.
above the
Over
recommended
time,
range.
it can drop.
Some people,
I
including
said
myself,
possibly.
believe that this is being
There's
done to artificially
divergence
stimulate
building. I said
markets in the
4-hour
run-up to the
MACD has
election.
to go red.
And it's shocking how little attention this is getting.
Over time,
Any
this could
manipulation
potentially
of debt
see a
management
drop
of this nature stimulates
based off what I'm
inflationary
seeing.
pressures and increases
And
taxpayer
I
burden,
explained
because
the
it's higher cost to issue
20,
these bills.
the same
So
time
given
it
that
dropped
Treasury
from
is issuing in excess
525.
of
Rewind the
debt,
stream.
which pulls down longer-term rates, isn't it working at cross purposes with your monetary policy goals of taming inflation?
So we take Treasury's debt management decisions. We don't comment on them. We just do our job.
No, I'm not
So
asking
gonna-
for a comment on their decision, but just as a simple mathematical truth, if they're pulling down demand on the long end of the curve, doesn't that?
I wouldn't say that has important
Green
inflation.
MACD 5-minute time frame
You know,
AMC.
it just feels to me the same way that the Biden administration drains the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, that undermines our ability to respond to energy shocks. When the Treasury manages its debt in this manner, it constrains our ability to.
They do stuff like that because they want to create artificial supply issues. And they're actually doing this shit on purpose because they need the inflation, because the debt's out of control and the inflation makes them all rich and they're trying to cash out. But I'm not going into all that.
Respond to future economic shocks. And that opens our nation up to very real risk, whether it be amplifying the effects of the Fed's balance sheet reduction, flooding the supply of one of the most important short-term debt instruments. The risks seem to me to be mounting for Treasury market disruption. I'd like to know what your thoughts are, Mr. Chairman, about how the Fed will navigate this, and whether you've had discussions with the Treasury about this growing dangerous dynamic.
No, we don't have a seat at the table on Treasury debt management. Treasury makes those decisions, and they don't have a seat at our table on monetary policy.
I just think the risk is very obvious here, though, where we're headed with this type of portfolio.
Honestly, it's completely out of bounds for me to comment on Treasury debt management in any way.
I think you've been dealt a very difficult hand here, Mr. Chair. The Biden administration's policies aimed at gin up the economy ahead of the election. These efforts directly undermine your policy goals at the Fed. That includes excessive issuance of short-term debt. Think about it, Freddie Mac's backstop of second mortgages, unlawful student debt loan cancellations, the draining of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to suppress fuel prices, and President Biden's own jawboning of the FOMC to lower rates. As you know, the Federal Reserve was structured to shield monetary policy from political influence, and that independence has given the Fed unique credibility in executing its mission. If the FOMC were influenced in any way by political calculation rather than economic data, it would severely damage the Fed's credibility as an independent institution, it would increase uncertainty in our markets, and it would jeopardize the dollar's status as the global reserve currency. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Warren of Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the CEOs of giant banks can boost their bonuses by getting the banks to take on more risk, they run the risk that they will end up running their banks into the ground. It happened in 2008 and it happened again in 2023. Back in 2010, though, Congress passed the Dodd-Frank Act. Section 956 told financial regulators solve this problem. 2 months ago, regulators put forward a proposal, but the Fed refused to join. Now, in 2018, you told this committee, Mr. Chairman, that you, quote, expect that banks will have in place compensation plans that do not provide incentives for excessive risk-taking. In other words, you trusted the banks to write their own rules. So let's see if they actually have. One thing the proposal would do is require big banks to delay bonuses.
Starting to get some buy signals on AMC, starting to get that bullish momentum back that we were looking for.
With the bank's finances.
This is what we want, y'all. We're starting to get the bullish momentum back.
Chair Powell, in the 6.5 years since you said trust the banks to regulate themselves,
I'm a little bit worried about BRICS.
how many of the 10
That's why
biggest
Bitcoin's
banks
important.
have put policies in place to delay annual bonuses for this broader group of critical employees whose risk-taking could endanger the bank?
I don't know specifically. My guess is all of them. Since the financial crisis.
You're the regulator who said trust the banks to self-regulate so we can avoid another financial meltdown or another bailout. And you don't know if they did or didn't do that?
Well, it's a very, very specific, narrow question you're asking about.
Because it's something a regulator should do. You think the answer is 10 out of 10? The answer is
they're getting
0
heated over
out
here.
of 10.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Well, go back and look, because we've looked at their statements on this. Another
He
thing
said, "I
the
doubt that."
proposed rule would do is require the banks to consider flat out
Yo, old
banning
people
bonuses
arguing is funny.
and bonus pay for executives who took
No
risks
offense.
that threatened the stability of the bank. So let me ask you this one, Chair Powell, in the 6.5 years since you said trust the banks to regulate themselves, how many of the 10
Little Warren
biggest
getting
banks
feisty.
now have policies that would require them to flat out
Elizabeth
deny
Warren getting
bonuses to
feisty over here.
executives that have engaged
Democrats
in
have her up
inappropriate
next.
risk-taking?
I don't know the answer to that. By the way, I never said trust the banks to regulate themselves.
I'm sorry, do you want me to go back and quote you again exactly?
Trust the banks to regulate themselves?
When you say, I expect that the banks will have in place compensation plans that do not provide incentives for excessive risk-taking.
Right,
I
pursuant to
take that as-
the guidance that we issued in 2010, which is quite.
And you have not issued a guidance since you made these comments, since you became chair. And how many banks have actually put in place?
They deserve to get a little bit of pressure put on them.
You said, I expect the banks will have in place. The answer is out of 10,
It was covered
0.
by 2010 guidance.
No, you said in 2018 that they would put these
I
in
said they would
place.
have in
and
place.
no, that is not what you said. So look, Chair Powell, the last guidance on this subject, as you say, was in 2010, which is before you were at the Fed. The Fed has now refused to join the other financial regulators in finalizing a rule implemented in
AMC
Section
bouncing back to the upside.
956
This is
as
exactly what we
Congress
wanted to
directed.
see.
So my question has been, how many of the 10 biggest banks have done this? And the answer is 0. Dodd-Frank was passed 14 years ago. There are still no rules to stop banks from rewarding executives' risky behavior. When you were asked about these Section 956 rules or lack of rules in March of this year, you said, quote, that you wanted to understand the problem we're solving before proposing a rule. Chair Powell, the law does not say Jerome Powell, in his infinite wisdom, should decide if we have a problem with executive compensation. The law passed 14 years ago says executive pay is a problem that threatens the stability of our economy, so write the rules to rein them in. Finally, the other financial regulators have proposed such a rule, but the Fed has not joined.
Bruh,
Chair
KMK
Powell, I
said
understand why the
Elizabeth
10
Warren
biggest banks
sounds
in the
like Trump.
country
That's
like
wild.
your approach. You let them do whatever they want, but you don't work for the giant banks, you work for the American people. I urge you to do your job.
She's lying, bro. She's trying to get brownie points right now. Bro, that was a play, bro. That was a play, bro. Elizabeth Warren. That was a play, bro. She's trying to get her points, bro. She wanted to get her airtime.
Extremely high illegal immigration levels under the Biden administration.
AMC bouncing, y'all. Look at this. Check it out, y'all. We're going green on the day, man. I'm telling you.
This is not your policy.
Red day, not
but,
that.
You are the Federal Reserve Chairman, so I just want to get your views on this. And in particular, I want to read you a quote from Mickey Bowman, who's one of your governors. And this says, in a quote, "There's a risk that increased immigration and continued labor market tightness could lead to persistently high core services inflation. Given the current low inventory of affordable housing, the inflow of new immigrants in some geographic areas could result in upward pressure on rents as additional housing supply may take time to
I knew I should have bought more
With
theory.
labor markets remaining tight, wage growth has been elevated at around or
Should
above
buy
4%,
more before
still
it's too
higher than
late.
the pace consistent with our 2% inflation goal, given
Should've
trend productivity
bought the
growth."
dip.
The Bank of England, I believe, produced a recent report on
I think
this issue
Ethereum's
in
going to
the
be a
United
really
Kingdom.
good
Obviously, a different
opportunity.
economy in a different country. But what do you see as the relationship, in
I
particular,
just feel like it's going to be a huge
is
opportunity.
such a big driver of the inflation that we've seen over the last few years? As Senator Haggerty said, the highest in 40 years. What role do you see
Run it
illegal
back,
immigration
Anita.
playing in driving up housing costs, which of course is a main driver of inflation for American citizens?
Let me quickly start by echoing your first comment, which is we don't comment on immigration policy, but we do comment on inflation. So I would say this. Many people came into the country over the last couple of years, many of them through asylum requests, and went to work. Labor supply increased a great deal. It's not, there's no clear answer, but my sense is that in the long run, immigration is kind of neutral on inflation. In the short run, it may actually have helped because the labor market got looser because there were more people. But to you're talking about housing specifically. There will be, I'm sure, there are
He
places
don't do
in
his
the country
job,
where new people coming into the country, I'm sure you can
Meme
find
stocks are about to
places
bounce, y'all. We're about to come back.
where that will have contributed to an already tight housing market. But overall, in terms of the aggregate inflation, I wouldn't
Meme stocks
say
coming back.
it's a driver one way or the other.
So I want to follow up on that thread.
About to go green on the day, bro. I told y'all.
Areas that have been affected. Chairman Brown, I'd like to ask you to submit a letter for the record from the city of Springfield in our state, the southwestern part of our state, which I think highlights a very real example of this particular concern, straight from the horse's mouth itself. Now this letter, I want to quote from it. "Springfield has seen a surge in
Rockets in the
population through
in
immigration
chat.
that has significantly impacted our ability as a community to produce enough housing opportunities for all. Springfield's Haitian population has increased 15 to 20,000 over the last 4 years in a community of under 60,000 previous residents, putting a significant strain on our resources and ability to provide ample housing for all of our residents." And end quote there. And Mike, thank you. In my conversations with folks in Springfield, it's not just housing. They're trying to build 5,000 new housing units, which is a very Herculean task in a town of about 55,000 people, but it's also hospital services, it's school services, there are a whole host of ways in which this immigration problem, I think, is having very real human consequences. But I want to go back to just one other question, Chair Powell, on this immigration and labor supply question. So one of the euphemistic ways in which economists, I think, sometimes talk about labor supply and immigration is they'll say something to the effect of, well, an increase in labor supply has put downward pressure on labor prices. And what they're effectively saying is that increased immigration has put downward pressure on the wages of American workers. I wonder, when you hear sort of your colleagues and other economists outside of the Fed talk about the influx of immigration and the fact that it, I think, admittedly has put downward pressure.
AMC with the nice push to the upside. If AMC can break above,
so there, obviously, that has put some
542, you'll see a nice move towards that 550. We need to break above resistance and support of 542.
Or maybe that's wrong. Maybe
GameStop needs to break above
but why do so many economists
2430.
treat an influx of new labor as a good thing? If labor is constrained, labor supply is constrained, doesn't that lead to rising wages for American workers?
So I'm certainly not trying to put a value judgment on it. I will say that this is all happening over the last couple of years in a context of an extremely tight labor market, now a little bit less tight, significantly less tight, but you've got a worker shortage, you've got businesses who have jobs that are open, you have, more than one job opening for every unemployed person. So you've got a very tight labor market, and it's addressing that, and we're having wage increases are still very high, but they're coming down to a more sustainable level.
Fair. And Mr. Chair, I know I'm over time, could I just one more question on this? Thank you. I understand your point, Chair Powell.
Ryan in the building, Pam in the building, Bridget in the building.
But if we say we have a really tight labor market, and we say that there are more than one job openings per worker, there are two ways you could plausibly solve that.
A lot of this stuff might be too complicated for the average Joe to understand.
Of workers via the immigration system. Another way is by raising wages.
That's showing that all of you guys watching right now, paying attention to this stuff, is above average. Any of you guys that pay attention to finance, the politics going on, the government, the economy, you guys that focus and understand and watch, you guys are above average.
That seems to be a much better focus from my perspective.
You're not just going through life not paying attention to the things that actually matter. And why does it matter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It matters because these are the things that affect you every single day of every single minute. These are the people making the policies that control and govern your life. And if you're too busy watching Netflix or worrying about what's going on to watch what they're doing, understand what they're doing, learn about finance, learn about the government, learn about how the world works, then you are paying attention to the wrong things, bruh. And that's why I say, like, normies are the sheep, bro. They're the ones, like, too busy, caught up in life to even worry about it or care, and they just live blissfully ignorant. But the thing is, they are actually the huge part of the problem because they're not doing anything to help voice their opinion. They should have some type of opinion, and the opinions that they have most of the time are opinions that are just told to them because they don't understand everything going on, so they just go with whatever's told to them. That's why we need critical thinkers. We need critical thinkers, independent thinkers. It doesn't matter what your opinion is, as long as you just go try to get the facts, and whatever your truth is, then that's your truth. But go through the facts, go through the logic, go through the data, get all sides, both sides, get all of the details, and then make a conclusion. So many people lack critical thinking skills nowadays, and it's insane. Yeah, I wanted to check volume today. Thank you for making that. Who made that comment about volume? Strength science. Yeah, so volume on AMC is only 9 mil. it's not extremely low, but it's pretty low. It's not extremely low, but it's pretty low. And GME volume is only 5 million, which is insane. Yeah, they're probably dark pooling a lot. So the volume helps overrun the algorithms. You guys will notice the days that we have volume are the days that we can really boost up, because that's what helps overrun the algorithm. But it also overruns the damn it. It overruns the short sellers. The short sellers and their short selling, because they have to dump more shares and the volume helps eat it up. We want to see AMC break and hold 542. We want to see GameStop break and hold 2430.
Powell, it's good to see you. And let me first applaud you and your team at the Fed for, at least so far, being on track to bring down inflation without, so far, triggering a surge, big uptick in unemployment. But you know very well that that's a risk if the Fed does not act with full awareness of that danger. When you were here in March, you said that you were, quote, well aware, unquote, of the risk to unemployment of waiting too long to cut rates, and, quote, very conscious of avoiding it, unquote. Since then, we have seen a slowing in the economy and a rise in unemployment. I'm just reading something today, an analysis with Diane Swank, KPMG's chief economist, who summed it up by saying, quote, the ice is thinning, red flags are emerging for the U.S. economy, unquote.
Yeah.
The engine of the economy, the labor market, is cooling faster than previously known. The unemployment rate is above 4% for the first time since 2021.
Yep.
It is taking workers longer to find jobs. Economic activity in the service sector, which is responsible
I want to see Powell's face right now.
growth, slowed in June.
Show me Powell's face.
So my question, Mr. Chairman, is how do you take all of these factors into account? Do you share my concern that as of today there is a real risk of an increase in unemployment larger than is currently on your radar screen?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I do, even more so than in March when we were here, see that. So we've seen, and I think the latest data show that labor market conditions have now cooled considerably from where they were 2 years ago. And I wouldn't have said that until the last couple of readings. And I would say also that for a long time, the risks were more that we would fail to hit our inflation target. I think the risks as to the two statutory targets we have, price stability and maximum employment, I think those are coming much more into balance. My colleagues and I are looking at that, and we fully understand that we have to manage this process of administering the federal funds rate and deciding what to do with it in a way that manages both of those risks. And the two mandates are equal under the law, and so yes, we do get that.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the fact that you've seen that that calculation change since you were last here, because I think the data indicates that we are at risk now of not acting soon enough to curb the increase in unemployment, and that if we allow that to go too long, we may see a real uptick there. And so I'm pleased that is very, very much on your radar screen, and hope that will be a really deciding factor as you and your other Fed colleagues determine what to do with respect to interest rates. And as has been said in the housing sector, we are seeing the continuing drag created by high interest rates. So that has been I think all of our colleagues, as you probably heard today, are really hearing from our constituents, understandably, about the very high housing prices, and it's slowed investment in other sectors like manufacturing as well. In my final minute, I would like to turn to the question that Senator Warren asked, because I asked your colleague, Vice Chair Barr, about exactly this question of implementing.
These senators are so dumb when it comes to the economy, bro. No fuck. Like, bro,
before the committee,
it's supposed to slow shit down. That's how you stop inflation, you idiot. It's supposed to stop people from buying shit
asked him
and investing.
about why the Fed had not moved
They're
forward.
so dumb, bro. The rates have to be
along with other
raised, bro.
Agencies with respect to
They're literally begging for more inflation to come.
what the law is and what the law has been for 10 years. NCUA
Shit
has signaled
infuriates
their
me,
intent to
dude.
propose a rule. The SEC has indicated that they're moving forward. I said to Vice Chair Barr that I've not seen any notice of proposed rule from the Fed, and can I get a commitment that the Fed will quickly begin the process implementing this law by issuing a notice of proposed rule? His answer was, and I'm quoting, "In discussions with my colleagues, it became apparent that at the board, we believe we need to conduct some further analysis before deciding what steps to take. We are committed to following the law, to implementing Section 956, but we have further work to do." Count me among those who are very frustrated that we're now 10 years after this law was passed. Vice Chair Barr committed to following the law. I'm sure, Mr. Chairman, you would commit to following the law, but why is it that it's taking the Fed so long to move forward with implementation of 956?
So I like to look at the actual language of the statute when and what it says is it calls on the regulators to make determinations about specific incentive compensation practices that cause excessive risk taking. And then, and we haven't done that. We did, you know, that we put in place pretty serious guidance back in 2010 after putting it out for comment. We looked at all these questions. It's been in place for 14 years. We supervise on it. And, so the question I'm asking is, okay, let's go out and look at what the practices are that are happening now, not that are happening before the global financial crisis when it was obvious that things needed to be changed. And we put the guidance in place. It seems to have largely worked, certainly as it relates to the large firms. And then let's design something that is designed to the residual risk as opposed to just taking something off the shelf from 15 years ago and doing that. So and we're working on that at the Fed now. And again, the statute requires us to prescribe regulations or guidelines to prohibit those things, and I want to do that. In a sense, we have done
just very briefly, and is it your testimony that the Fed has already met the requirements of site? Okay, no, just want to make that clear, and we do look forward to the Fed moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Van Hollen. Senator Brett from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, thank you for being with us today. My colleague from Maryland actually just touched on something, but as I was listening to the exchange from my colleague from Massachusetts and her closing remarks, particularly about Dodd-Frank and 956, there was also a comment at the end.
Okay, so
where she
AMC trying to
mentioned you
break and
working
hold
for
that
giant banks versus
542 support
Now, I have a
resistance.
long list of questions I want to talk
GameStop
to you
slightly
about, but I
pushing
did
up
want to
again. We
get
want to see
you to
GameStop
respond
break
to that.
2430.
Yeah, that's completely
GameStop
untrue.
Green MACD looking
the
good for
things
that
we're
push to
doing
the upside.
are consistent with our
AMC looking
national
good for that push to the
obligations, and
upside
they're meant
towards
to be
550.
the best thing for the American economy, and that's really our only consideration. We have policy differences across various things, but we're all trying to achieve the best results we can for the people that we serve.
Absolutely, thank you. Chair Powell, I have repeatedly talked about my concern with long-term debt proposal, and just think that it has not been well thought through. First, I have concerns that it blatantly undermines the tailoring requirement, and on that note, do you believe that 2155 will be applicable to the long-term debt requirement?
I think it applies to
get it
everything.
popping,
On
y'all.
the long-term debt requirement, we have voluminous comments that we're looking at carefully, and thinking through the process of what to do about them.
No, I appreciate that because I do believe that currently it lacks a real cost-benefit analysis, and I think it really does need serious reconsideration. And additionally, when you take a look at it and its overlapping nature with Basel III, it seems inappropriate that we would move forward with a new long-term debt proposal, finalizing that rule when we don't even really understand what Basel III is going to mean for capital requirements for banks and obviously financial institutions. So my question for you is just that. Would it be inappropriate to move forward with the long-term debt proposal, finalizing that rule prior to Basel III being finalized as well?
I don't know that I would give you, I can't give you a clear answer on that. It will depend. I mean, Basel III won't be finalized for some time, but that's not to say we wouldn't reach a place where people understand
Who makes
and
the
accept
names
and
of these
support
freaking bills and
what it is
shit?
that we're doing. And I think at that point, we could certainly move forward with other rules.
I heard you mention one of my other colleagues that probably by the time this all took place, it would be the beginning of next year. I would just say my concern, the Fed has said that the long-term debt rule will directly be impacted by the
drop them
final
rockets.
product.
Melissa, True Seeker,
why would
Marcus.
it be inappropriate or appropriate to move forward with that before banks can fully understand
Drop the fucking rockets, y'all. Do something.
I would just ask that y'all are thoughtful
Contribute.
about that. These are a lot of things that people
Like
are
the
dealing with
stream.
and trying to really
Help
understand
out.
the implications of.
Share the stream.
I think we have seen
Follow me on
consistently
Twitter.
that people are not taking a look at the cumulative impact of these things and not really taking a look at the trickle-down effect. And on that, on Basel, when you testified in March, you said the Fed was aware and fully considering the potential impacts of a proposal on our commodities markets. And I do want to talk about that. The commodities market, our agriculture industry, is 1 in 5 jobs in the state of Alabama. It's 20% of our economy. I am a big believer food security is national security. And the proposal would increase hedging costs by 80%, meaning banks would be far less likely or inclined to offer clearing services. So this could have a detrimental effect to our agriculture community and increase other costs providing food and fiber for our nation. When you look at inputs such as feed, seed, fertilizer prices, those have skyrocketed, and prices have ended up just getting passed down to the consumer. I mean, grocery prices are up 21% since January. So do you believe that the revised Basel proposal will alleviate these concerns that our farmers and our ag community have had about Basel III, and has the Fed done anything specifically to take a look at this? And if
This
not,
woman
will you
is
commit
doing
to
her job.
so?
This is what all the
I don't
senators
want to
should be
get into
doing.
the specific changes that we're going to make. I'll just say that we're very well aware of and very focused on that particular set of changes, and paying close attention to the issues you've raised.
I appreciate that, and I also hope that the Fed when you craft these types of regulation, you really consider the relationship between the economic impact and the ability of community banks to serve their communities as well. I have heard you mention that to another one of my colleagues, so I know that you're committed to doing that, but that is incredibly important to Alabamians and our main streets all across the
She's representing
state. In my last few
her
seconds, I want
state.
to touch on one more
She's
topic.
representing
So
her
finding
state
solutions
right
to
now.
expanding
Fed
affordable
Powell is
childcare is
in
a top
his
priority.
testimony,
And it is something
and she
that I
is
know a number of
questioning
my colleagues
things
on the other side
from
of the
that would
aisle
directly
share
affect her
interest in
state.
and believe is an important
This is
issue
what
as well.
all the senators
So
should be
Chair Powell,
doing.
do you believe that increasing access to affordable child care would positively impact labor participation in our country?
Bollinger Band's constricting on GameStop.
Thank you.
Green MACD above the blue medium line.
of Nevada is recognized.
About to get a pop to the upside. Don't be surprised if meme stocks end up going green on the day.
Yes, and I always appreciate visiting with you in my office as well.
Don't be surprised if they end up going green on the day.
By a comment you made in the opening. Over the past 2 years, you said the economy has made considerable progress toward the Federal Reserve's 2% inflation goal. Labor market conditions have cooled while remaining strong. Reflecting these developments, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals are coming into better balance. And what we know is that since Biden came into office, the United States has added over 15 million jobs. Under President Biden, we had 41 consecutive months of job growth, and you just said it again here today, that wages are up as well. Average U.S. wages and salaries grew by nearly, 16,700 between January 2021 and April 2024. So would you agree with the statement by a ranking member earlier today that the U.S. has the greatest economy on the planet?
Oh,
I certainly would.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Jumping around, and there's been talks today about the Fed's independence and how important the Fed's independence is. The Wall Street Journal recently reported former Trump administration officials drafted policy options.
So we just had this really good senator, and now we have this trash senator.
Reserve if President Trump were to be elected in November. Allegedly, former administration officials discussed policy options to erode the Fed's independence to make it easier for a president to impact interest rate decisions or fire the Fed chair at will. Chairman Powell, how important is it that the Fed has independence to provide economic stability and anchor our inflation expectations?
So I think it's actually essential. It's literally essential. And the good news is I think that's pretty broadly understood, and particularly on Capitol Hill, on both sides of the aisle. I believe that people do understand that we need to do our work in a way that's outside the political process to the maximum extent possible. Of course, we need to be accountable and tremendously transparent. If you look at the box in the Monetary Policy Report on central bank independence, it's really a box about transparency. That's the other side. So I think it's really important. I think it's an institutional arrangement that has served the public well. And I do believe that there's pretty wide support for it.
And you just said it has been intentional and institutional
The
arrangement
Fed is horrible.
for this very reason.
They create
Yes, this is a choice that we make.
bubbles.
And I think it's countries around the world, advanced economies, have all made this choice effectively. And the results are clear that you now have independent central banks, and you have better anchored inflation expectations, and you have better performance on inflation and better performance in the economy generally, which isn't to say there won't be shocks and crises and that kind of thing.
And then let me touch on a subject that one of my colleagues just talked about, because I was going to ask about this, which is our immigration. In Nevada, immigrants are extremely important for our economy. They're essential workers, doctors, nurses, and teachers in my community. Can you, without getting into other ancillary issues that don't impact what you do, can you
AMC slightly pulling back from the 542 support and resistance.
how immigration affects the employment rate and why you look at it and for what reason you look at the immigration issue?
So we don't, as you, just to make the point that you made, we don't take a position, we don't comment on
They just dump shares. They dump shares. They have 1 million shares left.
But so we
They
just
just
look at the
dump
numbers
shares.
and
They have
we
1
sort
million
of
shares left.
try to assess the economic consequences of immigration. And over the last 2 years, 2 years ago we had an economy where we really had a labor shortage. And what's happened is we've had a wave of immigration, and many of those people have gone to work and gone to work legally through the asylum process. Not all of them. There's also a group that has not been legally processed, but many of this latest group have been have sought asylum and gone through the process of getting a work permit. So what that means is that employers wanted workers, and there were more job openings than there were people actively seeking work or working. And so now you have a new supply of workers, and they've filled those jobs. So we have a bigger economy.
15-minute MACD going green.
Labor supply has increased the economic capacity. That's just the arithmetic. That's not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing.
15-minute MACD going green. Bullish momentum building throughout the stock.
When you say greater economy,
A larger economy.
in other words, it has improved.
We're gonna hold the line, fam.
The economy grew
We're gonna hold the line.
something percent, 3.4%, I believe, last year. And some part of that was that, as Congressional Budget Office analysis showed, and to many surprise, there had been a really significant uncounted group of workers coming into the country who had gone to work. And that's part of the story of how the economy managed to grow that much while inflation was coming down pretty sharply. Inflation came down 2 full percentage points during 2023 while the economy was growing at 3.4%. So, and while these people were coming in, so that is part of the explanation for why we had such an interesting and pretty good year in 2023.
Thank you.
Senator Kramer of North Dakota is recognized.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. as always, all of my prep goes out the window with the last question. So on the legal immigration workforce front, and I know this isn't your bailiwick, but the issue of workforce is important to the economy. I would submit to my colleagues, beyond even the people who come here seeking asylum suddenly being available for the workforce, we have 1 million plus people who we welcome in legally every year, the vast majority of whom don't come in with a job or even a skill set. And we have so much work to do, colleagues, on the legal immigration front to create a connection between economic demands for workers and the skill set and education that our immigrants bring to us. So most every other country requires some sort of skill set useful in the economy. We don't do much of that. So that's just my speech for the moment.
We do that, but the skills you need are computer skills. You need to learn coding. You need to learn how to use social media. You need to learn how to use computers. You need to learn how. It's an advanced economy that we have here in the U.S.
There's a large generation and transmission utility in North Dakota. Rural electric cooperative based in
even if you're DoorDash and you need to have a phone, internet, car, like these people are not going to be able to adapt to this economy right away.
CFTC on Basel III, and they expressed a concern about how operations would be impacted if lending was curtailed or limited in any way. And they gave a real world example, and I want to just give you that example. Now, remember, this is an electricity supply that we're talking about. It's critical it remains reliable. It's critical that it remains affordable.
How do you get so much time?
Cooperatives risk.
This guy's been talking for like 20 minutes.
How it buys the fuel that generates the electricity. In this case, natural gas. They may buy natural gas in advance at a fixed price, realizing natural gas is one of those commodities that goes up and down in pretty big swings at times. But they can hedge by buying it at a fixed price for a power plant. And it protects the cooperative financially, since electricity prices, again, follow those spot prices generally.
10-minute MACD gone green on GameStop.
Prices. However, with a natural gas hedge, the cooperative can generate electricity at a lower fixed fuel cost, protecting itself and its consumers from high prices. It's an upfront cost on the balance sheet between the cooperative and its bank, but it protects the reliability and affordable supply of electricity. I give you that very specific example.
438 people in the building. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe. Help support the channel for absolutely free. Hit that like button and subscribe, man.
If you would like to comment on it, you've already stated that there are going to have to be changes.
We're at 13,377 subscribers. Shout out to all the new subscribers. I appreciate you.
Welcome to comment if you'd like.
I'll just say
massive rockets right now. You guys are going ham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, then, I'm just going to speak to this independence
The chat has been amazing today. You guys are amazing today. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Every single person being here, man. Thanks for being a part of this. You guys are awesome.
Independence, in fact, is essential. I have resisted moves within my own party to change it. But those moves are very narrow and not very, I don't think, very realistic. And I appreciate you pointing out that from what you can tell, at least on Capitol Hill, we're all pretty much united on that front. Perception does matter. It matters a great deal. And you and I have had discussions over the years on, you were very, you admonished us strongly as Congress to spend what we needed to spend to get through the pandemic and to maintain the economy. I think you were right to do that. You were just as aggressive in not responding to calls to rein it in a little bit when Democrats brought the Inflation Reduction Act and the American Rescue Plan to the forefront, and I think really basically hijacked the economy and put fuel on inflation. But perception matters, and so I would just submit to you, and you haven't said you're going to do this. I don't have any reason to believe you'll do this, but any move to lower interest rates or move interest rates either direction before November 5th could certainly be a bad perception, even if there's a strong push to do that. I know you understand that, but I just want you to know that as long as you remain independent, I'll be on your side. I think neutral is a good place to be. And by the way, you have one of those jobs where being boring is one of the most noble things you can be. So great job. Thank you.
Do our best, Senator Kramer. Senator Warnock.
Dude just insulted him and like complimented him at the same time. That was crazy, bro. How he slid that in there. He insulted him and complimented him at the same exact time. Bro is a genius.
In housing costs is gradually easing. That's good news. But many Georgians still feel the sting of unaffordable homes and mortgages. And one reason for this, you and I have discussed this, is that we aren't building enough houses. 2022 study published in the Journal of Economic Geography found that for every 10% increase in the housing stock, rents decreased.
He said 1%. Thank you.
We've discussed this issue, particularly the effects of housing supply on housing costs. And we agreed that while the Federal Reserve does not control housing supply, it can help create
what a
the
fucking sheep pleb, dude. He said thank you when he got insulted.
Particularly affordable housing. Chair Powell, how has the Fed been working to foster an environment?
That was the most epic course in gaslighting ever, yo. That was insane that the bro did that.
So, I mean, in the long run, the absolute best thing we can do for the housing market and for the economy.
Yo, some of these senators are wild, bro. That shit was crazy.
So that people aren't talking about it anymore, and it's just assumed by everybody in their daily lives that inflation will be around 2%. So we don't need to talk about it, which is where we were for a long time. We want to get back to that. Interest rates can come down.
Being boring is one of the most normal things you could do.
Before the pandemic,
yo,
which was to say really tight. We don't have enough housing.
Being boring is one of the most noble things you can do.
Issue. In the short term, though, you know, I would say tight monetary policy weighs on the housing market. You know, the policy works through interest-sensitive spending, and housing is definitely.
AMC looks like it's setting up to break above that 542 support and resistance.
You know, we're suppressing. Not suppressing, but our higher interest rates, you know, have led to lower housing starts and lower activity in the housing market. But we're doing that to get back to 2% inflation for the whole economy, so that the housing market can be on a better foundation.
Well, yeah, and related to that, when you have these high interest rates, of course, you see across the country, but particularly in a state like Georgia, these institutional investors who are coming into the space, and they're buying houses,
all the houses,
all cash, boxing out first-generation home buyers.
Yes, they are.
And of course, the conditions for them doing that improve to their favor with higher interest rates. Would you agree with that assessment?
I know some of that's happening. I don't know that higher interest rates make it. I mean, some of that's, they're working with.
Well, you got higher interest rates and you got institutional buyers who can purchase it all cash.
But they have to borrow the money at higher interest rates. I'm just saying higher interest rates doesn't make their investment any cheaper. And notwithstanding, I understand it's a sensitive issue, and in most markets, it's still a pretty small portion of the outstanding housing stock. But it's not an issue. It's not an issue for us. You know, they're a legal buyer of housing. Our job is really the whole economy. I mean, it's more of a question for legislatures.
So how can the Fed better deploy its monetary tools to ensure that we are meeting key inflation objectives like housing affordability?
You know, I think the best thing we can do is to is kind of what we
2.3 million available to short for GameStop. They just keep getting more and more shares for GameStop. They're really scared of GameStop breaking $25. They just keep getting more and more and more. 1 million shares available to short AMC. They used about 200,000 today.
To that too,
and they use a lot in the morning.
That's the best thing we can do for the whole economy, and very specifically for the housing market too.
AMC, we want to see break above 542.
In terms of your influence there, and there is a role for Congress to be sure, which is one of the reasons I wanted to be on this committee, to introduce a down payment toward Equity Act with my colleague Senator Butler. This bill would help first-generation home buyers compete with Wall Street institutional investors by helping with down payment costs, closing costs, and costs to reduce interest rates. I look forward to continuing productive conversations with you and looking at how we can make
this is Fed Powell chair, Fed Powell testimony.
I'm running out of time here, but one of the other concerns that I maintain with respect to reducing the racial wealth gap is this issue around home appraisals. And the Fed is part of the interagency task force on property appraisal and valuation equity. What expertise and perspective has the Fed brought to this task force? How are you responding to this issue of home appraisals?
So, as you know, we've been an active participant in that task force, and we bring all of the expertise we have in the housing market, as well as regulatory, supervisory, and economic expertise generally, as we look at that. And I'll also say that our strongly held view is that discrimination has no place in the banking system, and that includes appraisals and other regulations.
I agree with that, and quickly, I was glad to see that CFPB and other agencies recently finalized a rule that creates strong anti-discrimination standards for automated home evaluations. The Fed has not yet approved this rule. Why not, and does the Fed plan to do so?
Sorry, why do we?
You've not yet approved the rule that was made, that was suggested by the CFPB. They finalized the rule.
But do we? Sorry, I'm not aware that it's a rule that we have to finalize too. Is that the case?
That is my understanding.
Let me follow up with you on that. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Daines of Montana is recognized.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman Powell, thanks for being here today. Certainly, it's not lost on anybody here. Election season's in full swing. And so from now until Election Day, my Democratic colleagues in Congress, as well as the Biden-Harris administration, will waste no time attempting to sell a fairy tale to the American people that financially and economically, they are better off now than they were almost 4 years ago.
Right.
When President Biden took office, inflation was at 1.4%. His failed policies drove us to the highest inflation we've seen in 40 years. I can tell you the folks back home in Montana aren't fooled, because in every part of their lives, inflation is not some kind of hypothetical. They see the everyday impacts of the decades-high inflation brought on by the policies
end this
of the
inflation.
Biden administration, facilitated by congressional Democrats.
It has
the cost
to
of
come down.
most goods and services across the economy are more expensive.
This inflation is out of control.
And that is a fact that no amount of political spin or mental gymnastics can make go away. Here's just a couple of examples. Breakfast cereal. Prices have increased 28% since January of 2020. Gas prices increased 36% from a national average of $2.63 a gallon to $3.58 per gallon. Egg prices have jumped $3 per dozen in 2024, double the cost of $1.45 in February of 2020. And this dishonesty doesn't stop with inflation. On the labor market, while President Biden and Senate Democrats are celebrating a victory lap in light of the recent jobs report showing a 206,000 new jobs last month, they're willfully ignoring the fact that more than a third of these job gains came from the government sector. Mr. Chairman, I commend you for the job you have done thus far in trying to rein in inflation. I encourage you to continue the fight despite the political pressures you may face. I'm also encouraged by the comments you made earlier this month about the dire need for Washington to address its fiscal imbalance. I couldn't agree more. I've said many times and continue to believe that Washington's culture of reckless spending, of excessive borrowing, is leading us down a very dangerous path by leaving future generations with mountains of debt. And I'm happy to hear you agree with that assessment. Mr. Chairman, given that it's an election year, you're undoubtedly facing immense political pressure to lower rates. Thus far, you've done an admirable job in using the tools at your disposal to fight inflation, and I urge you to continue to be led by data and not calendars or political influence. You said as recently as last week that while things are trending in the right direction, you would need to see further evidence
Like the stream if you find it informative, entertaining.
So here's my question, Mr. Chairman. What
If you're having a good time, hit that like button.
And looking for as we head into the next FOMC meeting, and how do you factor in this recent labor data, and certainly the significant part of that being government jobs?
So we're looking for two things, really. One is just more good inflation data. And we had quite a lot of good inflation data.
And guess
the
what
last
comes
7
out
months of last year, and
this
we had kind of
week?
above the
Inflation
in the first
data.
quarter. And now we've had one good and one very good inflation reading, and we need more good data so that we can be confident that what we're seeing is really, that's where inflation's going, that it's going back down toward 2%. We don't need to see it at 2%. Right now we're at 2.6%. So that's on inflation. On the labor market, to your question, we've seen that the labor market has cooled really significantly across so many measures, and a number of people here today pointed them out, and the unemployment rate has moved up. You see a labor market that is now pretty much in balance, pretty much where it was in 2019. It's not a source of
The
broad
forecast says
inflationary
inflation's
pressures
going to
for the
stay the
economy
same.
now. But it's still a strong labor market.
And the consensus
4.1%
does too.
unemployment is a very
Most likely
good
it's going to
and
stay the
historically
same
low
when it comes
unemployment
out.
rate. So we have a mandate to support maximum employment, and we also are paying close attention.
2.6%,
And
I
if we
know
see that
that's
the
such a
labor
lie,
market
bro.
were weakening unexpectedly, which is to say,
I don't know how he just said that
more
with a
than what
straight
we've
face.
seen
With a straight
in a
face.
material way, if we unexpectedly, then we could also respond to that because we have a dual mandate, and we now see the two mandates as more in balance than they were a year ago. Really, the focus had to be and was on inflation. Now we need to be focusing on both goals.
Chairman, thank you. I want to get one question on Basel III, and then we will.
Because if this is
in
2.6,
March,
then when
this
they drop
committee
it back
agreed
down to 2, it's
that
not
it
going
was
to be
seriously
enough.
flawed and need to be completely rewritten. I was encouraged to
If
see
this- if
reports
it's 2.6
last month
right
that the
now,
Federal Reserve
bro,
had provided other financial
when they
regulations
drop
and
back
possible
down to
changes
2,
the
it's not going to be
proposal.
enough because inflation's still going to
My
be out of
question is, I
control.
continue to believe the proposal should be scrapped altogether. But
If
could
they're
you
telling me
share
this
what
is
changes you're planning
2.6
to
right
make
now, when they
and
go
the
back
status
down
of
to
the ongoing
2,
development of
it's
the
not
updated
going to be, prices are not going to be
We've
back
had
to
extensive
normal.
discussions
It's going to
led
be
by Vice
elevated,
Chair for
and they're going to call that the new
with the
norm, and
FDIC
that's
and
exactly what they
OCC. We
want.
made a lot of progress
They want the
in
new norm to be
getting close
elevated
to an
prices.
agreement on a set of proposed changes. What the work that remains is to agree on a process forward. How are we going to move forward? It is our view institutionally that we need to put the changes out for comment.
Just a quick little update on GameStop. GameStop using the blue medium line as support is bullish. You also have green MACD. Bollinger Bands constricting. GameStop is building bullish momentum, getting ready to make a pop to the upside. You notice that 10-minute MACD is also going green. These are all bullish indications of more upside for GME. AMC 15-minute MACD now has 2 green candles. This is bullish indication. We're also above the blue medium line on AMC as well. 10-minute MACD also green above the blue medium line with Bollinger Bands constricting. This is an indication that we're going to see a move to the upside, and we have more confirmation that we're going to see a move to the upside because we are above this blue medium line here. We have green MACD on 5-minute, 10-minute, 15-minute time frame, looking bullish on all 3 micro time frames. This is very, very good news for AMC holders. Now we want to see us break above $5.42 and hold that level as support. GME holders wants to see GME break above $24.30 for GME to go bullish to the upside. SPY is still consolidating underneath the support and resistance. Bollinger Bands are starting to constrict. MACD is getting very, very hot. RSI is extremely high. SPY most likely is reaching a topping point. You can also see this bearish divergence forming. RSI clearly trending down while price is trending up. I showed you guys an example of bearish divergence when we had the price action on 525 drop. You guys can see here on the 525 drop, RSI started to trend down while that's not the 5 it was the 525 drop right here. So RSI started to trend down while price was trending up. You guys can see that RSI trending down, price trending up. Price starts to flatten out, and then it has a steep correction down because of bearish divergence. Bearish divergence means RSI trending down, price trending up, steep correction. Now we have the same thing happening here on the hourly time frame. RSI is starting to trend down, price starting to trend up. price starting to flatten out, which means it will correct and crash down and ultimately reject off of this yellow sloping support and resistance, which I said it would. I did talk about in my video that we would be bouncing along this line, slowly trending to the upside, and that this rally was not over, and I did expect a green week so far, and we are seeing just that. So guys, like and subscribe for more technical analysis predictions. Let's get back to the testimony.
For some period of time, so that the public, all members of the public who want to comment, can see them again and comment on them again, and see them in the context of the quantitative impact survey that we did, and that's the right way to proceed. That's how we would ordinarily proceed, and we don't see why we would deviate from that. And this is the conversation we're now having with the leadership of the FDIC and the OCC. And my hope is that we'll be able to come together around a way to proceed forward, very soon. I hope we would have done so by now, but I believe we will. We'll do so fairly soon.
Thank you for joining us today, Chair Powell. I look forward to working with you to strengthen this economy. For senators who wish to submit questions for the hearing record, they're due 1 week from today, July 16th. To Chair Powell, please submit your responses to questions for the record 45 days, no more than 45 days from the day you receive them. Thank you for your testimony. The committee's adjourned.
All right, so that was Fed Powell testimony. Started at about 10 a.m. So we just went through that, kind of got some of my reactions and quotes and thoughts. Also got the information necessary to make our decisions and be informed as the public. And that is the most important thing that we need to do as voting citizens in this economy. Stay focused, stay vigilant, keep learning, keep studying. Fed Powell testimony. Let me know what you guys thought in the comments down below. Did you like that? Did you hate it? Did you like watching the testimony? Did you like the way that I did it? Let me know if I could make improvements. Let me know in the comments down below. Did you love it? Did you hate it? Thanks, JJ. Thanks, C-Dot. Now, remember, guys, tomorrow we have Fed Chair Powell speech, and Thursday we have inflation numbers coming out. GameStop getting a pop to the upside. GameStop getting a pop right now. Yeah. And she's tracking, baby. GameStop, nice little push. Tracked along with this prediction. You already know what it is. Back at it, yeah. Yeah. GameStop breaking above 24.30. Bullish momentum building on the meme stocks. Bollinger Bands constricting 10-minute time frame. GameStop letting us know volatility is about to pop off. AMC looks like it's getting ready to set up to blast above 542. Dude, the RSI is getting way too high, bro, in SPY. This is insane. And look how volume's on this downtrend. This is the craziest shit. Yeah, Amy got that push. We also just got the buy signal in the 5-minute time frame. We just got a buy signal 5-minute time frame, AMC. And GameStop's busting out the bands. GameStop's pushing. They're about to explode. Memes are about to go, man. They could definitely have a green day today. Memes could definitely have a green day today. And if it's red, it's going to be just barely red. Like 0.20%, 0.55%. It's going to be barely red if it's red. But I'm thinking we're going to be green. I think we're going to have a green day today. I think what's happening is they're consolidating, setting up for another move. AMC at 544, GameStop at 2441. We're pushing up, y'all. Green buy signal, AMC. 5-minute time frame buy signal in the super trend. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe. Hit that like button and subscribe. Help support the channel for absolutely free. If you find the video entertaining, informative, hit the like button and subscribe. If you're messing with the content, hit the like button. SPY still consolidating overall. In order for SPY to go parabolic, it would have to break above this yellow line. If it does break above the yellow line, you would see a decent pop to the upside if it breaks and holds the yellow line as support. So it would have to go to like 550, because the yellow line keeps going up. You guys can see how it rises. It would have to go above 557.50 and like, or 557 and use that 557 as support, and then it could maybe bounce. Right now it is above 557. If it uses this level as support, it might be able to see a decent push up. And right now it's trying to confirm it. If it does do that though, it would lead to a big pop and then a drop, because RSI is already so high that there's little to no room to run. GameStop is at 2446. Pushing to the upside after making a low at $24. And I talked about having support at $24 in the video yesterday. If you guys missed yesterday's video, you missed an absolute banger. It looks like a couple hundred people just watched it, because we do have, we had 1.6 and now we have 1.8K. So you guys missed a banger on this one. Check it out if you haven't. Shout out to the new subscribers. Shout out to the new subscribers. We're at 13,379. Let's go. Can we get 13,380? Can we get it? Can we get it? Buy signal. GameStop. 5-minute time frame. GameStop busting at the bands. GameStop's popping off. GameStop's popping off right now. If you know, you know. Bano in the building. Dad Man Mine. JJ Hunnits. Mass 17. Dennis. We're at 299 likes. We need one more like for 300. Let's get it. Let's get it. Run them numbers up. 300 likes broken. Thank you. Much appreciated. Got 412 people in the building right now. Truth Seeker in the building. The volume can come out of nowhere, brother. It's already happened before. Don't you worry. There's low volume until it's not. Shout out Top Chatter, Kai Supreme, Bano, and Tan for short. At number 4, we have James Price. Number 5, we have Pam Law. And we just broke 13,380. I thank you. We broke 13,000. $380. AMC pushing towards that 550 region. GameStop pushing up towards 24.50. AMC buy signal. We're building bullish momentum to get ready to make that move, y'all. We are building bullish momentum, getting ready to make that move. Most likely, meme stocks will go green on the day, y'all. Don't be surprised when we close green on the day. If SPY loses 554.96 as support, I would expect SPY to dump. Or if we lose 554.50, 554.50. But it's gonna happen soon, dude. I'm telling you. Look, I'm trying to show you guys what's gonna happen. It's gonna do this, and then it's gonna bearish divergence. I'm telling you. It has bearish divergence. It's gonna flatten out and then dump. It's just gonna seem like it's gonna go up forever because this is a rising sloping support and resistance, and it's gonna ride it up and then dump. That's most likely what's going to happen. There's a very small chance that it breaks above this level and pops to the upside heavy. Very small chance. The odds are that it's gonna end up dumping down. Nobody's making money on calls like this unless you're playing very short-term calls. Quick in and outs. Not this. This is poop for trading. I mean, it can obviously be done. Like, you could hit this lick here, this lick here. It can be done, yeah. But most people aren't doing that. There are option day traders and stuff like that that could hit that, yeah. Still got a buy signal, AMC 5-minute time frame, GME 5-minute time frame, Green MACD. Bollinger Band's constricting. Let us know volatility's coming. Of course they want to stop 550 calls. Of course they want to stop 550 calls. That's way more money and way more gamma. And that's getting us too close to $6. If we go to 550, bro, we're going to 6. That's the chain reaction that will happen. One after another. Boom, boom, boom. SPY just got a sell signal, 5-minute time frame. SPY just got a sell signal, 5-minute time frame after rejecting from the 557 level. $15-minute time frame going mega green, guys. We're just building momentum, getting ready to make a move. That's all. Look how tight the bands are. Look at all the bullish signals we have. We have the buy signal. We're above the blue medium line. We have green MACD. Bollinger Band's constricting. We're above 442 support and resistance. All signs that we're about to have a pop past 550. Got 432 people in the building right now. 312 likes. We're popping off. Lion in the building. Fam in the building. SPY getting a sell signal here on the 5-minute. Potential pullback coming. Little bullish fake out there. GameStop bullish hammer candle, 5-minute time frame. AMC bullish hammer candle, 5-minute time frame. Getting ready to make a move. Get ready to do what we do. Yeah. We don't know about you. We just do what we do. We just making our moves. It would help if we had volume, but we could still break above 550. And volume can come in. It happened before on Friday. We've seen it. Look at this overall uptrend AMC's been in. Look at this beautiful uptrend. Beautiful uptrend that AMC's been in. Don't you love to see it? Who loves to see it? You know what happens when we start to trend up on the fractal? Unless this is like unless this was prolonged. I think we're phase 6 right here. And we're about to go to phase 7, 8 liftoff. As soon as we break above $6, that's it. We're so close. They're trying to fight us with these sell walls. You guys see these sell walls right here? These are sell orders. Those big red boxes, those are sell orders. Those are ways that hedgies try to keep the stock down by putting big sell blocks, sell walls to try to stop the stock from going up, or they put buy orders to try to hold it up. Not only hedge funds aren't the only people that do that, but it's big money. It's big sell orders and big buy orders. It's mostly hedge funds though, and hedgies and people trying to manipulate the stock. That's why they have this big block right here. Do you see that? Because if we blast past that, guess what happens? To the fucking moon! GameStop, green on the day. AMC pushing up, 547. AMC pushing up, about to go green on the day. I told you, don't be surprised if we go green. Don't be surprised if we go green, I told you. Bullish momentum building. Bullish momentum building. We look mega bullish. GameStop 24.50. Rockets in the chat, everyone right now. Rockets in the chat, rockets in the chat. Pop it off. Bollinger Bands constricting, 10-minute time frame. GameStop above the blue medium line, busting out the bands. We're about to make a big move. Buy signal, 5-minute time frame. Buy signal, 5-minute time frame. Super trend. Buy signal, 5-minute time frame. AMC. About to pop off. GameStop 24.57, AMC 5.47. GameStop popping off right now. 1 million short shares available to short AMC, 2.2 million available to short GME. About to make a move. Do what we do. Get the cash, we don't really know about you. We just do what we do. $24.59, GameStop popping off. This will help push AMC to the upside. Pump it. Time to pump. Rockets in the chat right now. GameStop busting out the bands. 5-minute time frame. 24.55. AMC 5.46. They can't stop us. AMC 5.48. AMC creeping up and is now green on the day. GameStop green on the day. I told you guys, do not be surprised. This is why you must trust the charts, the facts, and the data. You must trust the process. It's all going according to plan. Now let's get rich. AMC 550. AMC 550. GameStop 2469. GameStop busting out the bands. I told you guys bullish momentum was building. Buy signal, 10-minute time frame, GME. Meme stocks revenge. Yeah, I remember that, bro. And remember I said they go green? All the patterns are the same, brother. SPY ends up going red, and AMC and GME going green in my deja vu. AMC and GME end the day green, and SPY end up going red. Now, if we see SPY go red, I'm quitting. I'm quitting life, bro. If SPY goes red today somehow, I'm quitting life, bro. Because that's what happens in the deja vu. AMC and GME start the day off slightly red and end up going green in a decent way. And SPY ends up going red. AMC's trying to break and hold 551 support and resistance. GameStop has resistance here at 2462. So if GameStop can break above 2462, you can continue up. But this is GameStop's next support and resistance. AMC's trying to break above the 551 support and resistance right now and hold it. RSI is overbought. If we reject, it's not a huge deal. The fact that we're retesting is good. Retest. We'll break tomorrow, worst case scenario, but I think we can do it today. I don't know, SPY's looking iffy because SQQQ is green somehow. And I hate how when NASDAQ is green and SQQQ is still green. That shit makes no sense. But SQQQ is going green. And SPY could be looking iffy. VIX is also green as well. And the dollar is as well. So SPY could end up going red by the end of the day. Which would be crazy. If my deja vu plays out, I'm quitting life. AMC and GME end the day green. At least like 1.5%, maybe more. and SPY ends up going red. But they start the day, but SPY starts the day green and the meme stocks start the day red. In the deja vu. Here comes the volume. I told you there's no volume until there's volume. We're at 11 mil right now. Got 433 people in the building right now. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe. Help support the channel for absolutely free. Hit that like button and subscribe. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's go. Run it back. 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 Pockets fat. Pockets fat. 100 stacks. Well, we need 100 racks. That's what the cake, the bake. You see? Mistake, man. You hate it, man. Mistake, man. Why you hate, man? You hate, man. I get paid, man. I don't get paid. That's what you make it. Mistake, man. I have shares at a couple different places, but I have shares as low as $2.72. The battle for 550. What a battle. What a battle to be seen. What a battle to be had. We lost so many apes and soldiers on the battle of 501. Can we afford another one? Will the ape survive? SQQQ is kind of like creeping up here a little bit. Got a little buy signal on the hourly time frame. SQQQ. Does that mean we have a sell signal on SPY? Or NASDAQ? SQQQ has a buy signal on the hourly time frame. That's kind of wild. It says that SQQQ is about to pop to the upside. That means NASDAQ's gonna fall. That means NASDAQ's gonna fall bad. If SQQQ goes up, that means NASDAQ's definitely coming down. Look how tight the bands are here on the 1 hour time frame. She's setting up for something big, y'all. Do you see it? And look at the bullishness building. Check this out. Let me get rid of all this. Guys, look at this. Oh my goodness, we're getting ready, y'all. Are you guys ready? Listen, 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 listen. Look at what I'm showing you. Look at what I'm showing you. RSI is cooling down a little bit, but it's trending down, but price isn't trending up, so that's not bearish divergence. Price is just consolidating, so it's cooling down. Look at the MACD on the 30-minute time frame. It's about to go green. Look at the 15-minute time frame. So this is what happened. Bullishness built this whole time. 5-minute, 10-minute green, 15-minute green. You see how they're all turning green? Now that 15-minute is going to turn to the 30-minute, and the 30-minute is going to turn green. Then the hourly is going to turn green. And look at what's happening on the hourly time frame. We're above the blue medium line. If we get green MACD, it's going to pop. GameStop 24.52. GameStop trying to push to the upside right now. Fishy friends in the building. Dude, you're wild. Fishy friends with 10 gifted. Fishy friends with 10 gifted, bro. Insane. That's our first 10 new members for the day. Thank you. Helping us stay on that incredible streak. I don't know how it's lasted this long, but we get at least one gifted and one super per day. I don't know how it happens, but somehow it's happened for a very long time. Thank you guys. Never thought this would happen. When I first started streaming, it was like every once in a while, but now you guys are wild, man. We're getting a lot more people involved too, so maybe that helps. Ten of you guys were just gifted by Fishy Friends. If you received a membership, please thank Fishy, and let's get some hype in the chat. I guess I have a unique way of talking, huh? Ten brand new members. Unbelievable. GameStop 24.51. AMC 5.48. Lots of buying going on right now for Amy. Long-term stocks. Long-term. I wouldn't do any of the tech stocks. I would guess long-term I would probably do AMC and GME right now, to be real. I don't know a third. Long-term crypto, I would do Bitcoin and Ethereum. Maybe Solana. Maybe if you were looking for crypto exposure, another stock could be Coinbase. Because if the crypto market goes up, Coinbase most likely will go up. After we squeeze though, meet and greet, downtown Tampa. Be there, be square. That would be sick. If we had a bunch of people wearing DataZero shirts, that'd be insane. Dude, that would be insane. DZ takes over. DZ fam takes over Florida. DZ fam takeover. Oh, it's sick. Bruh. I swear, if SPY ends up going red on the day, bro. This is deja vu if SPY goes red on the day, y'all. MACD on the 4 hour is about to go red, and if MACD 4 hour goes red, that means SPY is coming down. 2 hour MACD red, Bollinger Band's constricting. 1 hour MACD red, it's not looking good, y'all. All right, guys, so we did get another 550 retest, but it looks like MACD's about to cross to red. So we might need to just pull back and consolidate a little bit longer. I know that's not what you want to hear, but unfortunately, that's what might have to happen. And this is similar to what happens for AMC sometimes. We might need to consolidate and then pop up here either in power hour or tomorrow. But I'm thinking we might do it here in power hour. The thing I don't, hold on, let me check here. I mean, we just got 30-minute MACD green, so we're about to do the thing. We're about to do the thing. So we might need to consolidate a little bit longer because this hourly is going to take a while to turn green. We might need to like consolidate up here this whole time and then one more day and then explode. But this thing's getting ready to make a huge move, y'all. Have no doubt in your mind. AMC is going to break 550 based off everything I'm seeing here, and it's going to be explosive when it does. MACD might go red here for a few minutes. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Splendid Things member for 3 months. What did you do? You bought a stock? How could I help? Thank you for the 3-month support. How can I help you get out of it though? Am I the darkness, or am I the light in the darkness, y'all? Funko Land? That's straight 90s shit, dog. The light inside of the darkness. This shit looks like a meme stock, bro. What the fuck is this shit? Why would you buy this? This looks dangerous. Other than the fact that this could be a bottom here, though. If it breaks above $7.50, you could see a nice pop to the upside. It actually doesn't look that bad, dude. It looks like it might start going up. It looks like it might start going up, dude. Just wait on it. Just let it do its thing. It looks like it's bottoming. I don't know how this thing went from 135 all the way down to $6, bro. This is a meme stock. What the fuck? Somebody said COS is rocketing. No, it's not. What, that? All it did was come up and get rejected from support and resistance. And now it's consolidating back at the same level. You are a member, Andrew. Your name's linked. Your name's green, and you have a badge next to your name. Someone gifted you a membership. Hey, bro, just want to say thanks for all the hard work you put in to make the live. And TA, appreciate it. No problem, brother. It's an ongoing process. A lot of hard work. Thank you for appreciating it. Definitely a lot of hard work. 12 to 14 hours a day, man. AMC Entertainment price target raised from $4 a share to $4 a share from $3.50. Your price target sucks balls, and it's wrong. GameStop 25K bounty alert. Anybody got this car? They'll give you $25,000 for it. Why are they spending $25,000 on a trading card? Thanks, Seb. I really appreciate the super, bro. Thank you. I feel like a real YouTuber now, guys. It took all this time. I've had my YouTube channel for like 3 years, bro. And I started YouTube even before that. So it took like 5 years for me to actually feel like a real YouTuber. And actually get something worthwhile. And I still need to do more. This shit's a lot of work, man. This shit's crazy. People don't realize how much work people gotta put into their channels, but it's every single day for years. 3 to 5 years you gotta push. And then after your first 5 years, you can start getting nice benefits. But my first channel didn't do too hot. Got 12K. Got 12K subscribers, but then tragedy struck. Now we're at 13,000. We're further than we ever were in the game. We're further than we ever were in the game, and we have a community that we never had before. Our community is insane. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys making it, making this possible. They say it's worth $120,000. Okay, so even if it was worth that much, why would somebody sell it for $25,000? And secondly, $120,000 isn't anything to GameStop. That's not a lot of money. I could see if it's worth millions of dollars and they could make a flip and pay $25,000 and it was worth millions. Anyone would do that, but what are they gonna do? Flip cards all the time? Both meme stocks are consolidating, getting ready to make another push potentially. Thanks, True Seeker. I appreciate it. Los Banos? What? What is that? Is that like a play on words right now? Or is that a real thing? Delicioso. We got about 45 minutes till power hour. 45 minutes till power hour, y'all. AMC just at 548, hovering right underneath that 550 level. GameStop 2450. If GameStop can break and hold 2450, we could see a decent pop to the upside. Obviously, if AMC can break 550, we could see a decent pop to the upside. I really don't think they want GameStop to break 25, and they don't want AMC to break 6. The halfway point is the 2450 and the 550. So this is what they're trying to stop. GameStop breaking $5, AMC breaking 6. Halfway point is that 550 level. They don't want it. They're scared. That's why they're loading up on short shares. 100 or 1 million left available to short AMC, 2.2 million available to short GME. Kind of just consolidating right now, guys and girls, ladies and gents, ape and apettes. A little bit of red MACD coming up. A little bit of concern there. If we do see a little bit of pullback, it will not be that bad. Might need to consolidate a little bit between this 542 and 550 level before pushing up. Maybe even see a pop here in power hour, which is coming up in about 35 minutes. Wait, Fishy Friends? You gave another 5? Bro! You're wild, dude. Tyrone H, and K&K, Mr. JD, Alexander, and the Electric Engraver were all just gifted another 5 gifted from Fishy Friends. Fishy Friends is going off the chain right now. Let's get some hype in the chat for the 5 gifted. And the 10 gifted, putting us at 15 brand new members for the day. 15 brand new members for the day. That's what's up, y'all. Hype in the chat, motherfuckers. Hype in the chat. Hype in the chat for the 15 gifted. And drop a rocket for Amy. So drop a hype for Fishy Friends. Drop a rocket for Amy. Do it for your fellow apes. Do it for your brethren and your sisterin. 15 gifted. 15 gifted. 15 gifted. 15 gifted. It's been a while since we got a 10 and a 5. Thanks, Fishy. Feeling good to be back. A rocket hype. That's perfect. A rocket hype. That is perfect. The Electric Engraver says he appreciate it, Fishy Friends. He appreciate you for the gifted, dog. Good looking. Good looking out. Helping your community. Putting some of your community on. I like it. I like the vibe here. The chat has been awesome today. Conversation has been good. Vibe's been right. Love it. You love to see it. $30-minute MACD green on GameStop. On GameStop. On GameStop. 5-minute. Bollinger Bands constricting. 5 minutes Bollinger Band constricting. Drop a rocket AMC lifting. Yo. Bollinger Bands on AMC constricting. Drop a rocket GME lifted. Got 400 people in the building right now. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe if you find the video entertaining and if you find it informative. If you're having a good time, hit that like button and subscribe. It is what it is. We do this every day. DZ fam, have fun, make money, have fun. If you like doing those things, you want to join the fam. 13,381 subscribers right now. Shout out to all the new subscribers from today. Welcome to the channel. Get ready to join the journey with us. I didn't miss another 5 gifted, did I? Okay, I was scared. Yeah, 15. Bro, we're about to do like 5,000 views today. So if we break what? Yeah, if we break 4,200 by 3 o'clock, we're definitely going to 4K or 5K. It's a 5K kind of day. 5K kind of day. 5K kind of day. 5K anyways. Don't care what a hater says. All right, guys, yeah, red MACD a little bit here, so AMC slight little bit of pullback, nothing to be alarmed about. We might need to consolidate here between this range before pushing to the upside. Might see this pop here in power hour or early tomorrow morning. But this is following the typical AMC pattern where we kind of retest. Excuse me. So it's following the typical AMC pattern where we break above a day before, we do a day of consolidation, and then we break out. This has actually happened before, and I showed you guys this for another major level. I just showed you guys. where we break above here, I think it was. Now I can't find it. It was for $5. But this is the exact same pattern as played out before, where we don't break above until later. It's like a day or two of consolidation and then a break above. We could break above here in power hour when we get some volume, or early tomorrow morning, I believe. But we might need to consolidate between 551 and 542. Maybe drop down to 533 one more time. But then we'll probably pop from there. Not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. Perfect day of consolidation after a nice move up. Getting ready to build that we're building that bullish base. Getting ready to get that push to the upside. So this is exactly what we're looking for. Hold up, I missed the super chat. Do you think we can hit $67 again on GME in July? Wait, so the rally for GME should go up to about $45 to $50, bro. It only went to 6 in after hours here. Like it went to 60, bro. So the fractal says that it should only go back up to like the 45. Maybe after hours it will go that high, but trading time, bro, I would only expect $45 to $50 on this next rally. And if you look, GME's Bollinger Bands are constricting. It's getting ready for this rally. AMC looks way better on the daily time frame than GameStop. GameStop is below the blue medium line with red MACD. AMC has green MACD on the daily time frame and is above the blue medium line. AMC looks way better on the daily time frame. But AMC again is supposed to be the leader. Thank you for the super chat, brother. Thank you. I appreciate it. Look how long the weekly MACD has been green. It's insane. GameStop slight bit of pullback here, 24.38 on GameStop. GameStop down 0.19% on the day. AMC down 0.18% on the day. SPY kind of slipping to the downside here. That'd be crazy if SPY goes red on the day. SQQQ slowly creeping to the upside. All right, guys, AMC Bollinger Bands constricting, and we have red MACD, and we're below the blue medium line. We could see a little bit of a move down here. Having a little bit of pullback is not a bad thing, guys. We've consolidated. We've built this bullish base. We'll just test these levels and come back up. That's all. We have this nice bullish consolidation. Well above 525. We're eating away at those sell walls, man. That's why we have to consolidate too, man. They have those sell walls above us. We keep eating away at them though. We're eroding them away. And look, that big ass sell wall is gone. That big giant one is gone. Guys, we're gonna blast off soon. It's almost time. They're just trying to keep us down with the sell walls, but we're gonna keep eating away at the sell walls. 13,382. Thank you for the new subscribe. I don't see a golden cross. There's not a golden cross on the weekly for GameStop. There's a golden cross on the daily. Here's the 50 marked in gold crossing over the 200 marked in white on the daily time frame, but not the weekly time frame. AMC's 200 moving average is way up here at $9. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to come up to $9. SPY looks like it's going to try to get a little bit of a bounce. MACD curling up. AMC is supported at 542. That is wild, Titan. That is a wild thing you just said. Multiple rockets in the chat. We're trying to get past these sell walls here, guys. We're trying to get past them. We're eating them up. You guys can see they're slowly disappearing. But we have work to do, so we're going to consolidate here, which is fine. But once we break past this level, guys, once we break past, we take off. Now, I think we might consolidate until this trend line, which means tomorrow, and then we push up. Because you guys can see how we held the trend line here. We consolidated, popped up. We might do the same thing. Because we touched a point here, here. So we're just taking our time consolidating. Nothing wrong with this. It's all good. They're just kicking the can down the road. We got time. It costs us nothing to hold. 1 million shares available to short AMC. 2.2 million available to short GME. SPY getting green MACD. SPY looks like it's going to try to get a bounce up towards 556.31. Who said what? Who needs to email me? Email my business email, DataZero Official 5. It's in the description. If you want to join the Discord, hit me up on my email, DataZero Official 5, DataZero Official 5, linked in the description. All you have to do is pay $75 for a lifetime invite. Once payment is made, I'll send you a link. Payment is made via PayPal or Cash App. Payments made via PayPal or Cash App. And then a membership is different. Membership is for YouTube. It helps support the channel. It also gives you access to the badge next to your name. It gives you a green name so I can see all of your comments. Also, it lets me see your comments faster when you comment videos. Also, it allows you to use the special emojis like the rockets, the hype, the Bitcoin, AMC, all those stuff that we got. We have a bunch of different special emojis, the 8 badges that you can use if you become a member. And it also helps support the channel, and it helps support the live stream so we can keep doing this every single day, all day. Which I really appreciate you guys for and helping making this possible, help making my dream possible. Thank you so much for watching and tuning in. Simply doing my best to provide the best technical analysis and news possible, and that way I provide the most valuable possible to you guys, and hopefully in return I'm able to make my YouTube my career. No guarantee. GameStop green on the day right now. GameStop green on the day. GameStop trying to find the bottom. Might be getting ready for that second leg up. AMC just confirmed 542 as support. Bullish. SPY. Ooh, if SPY cannot get back above this blue medium line, it could end up dumping. This could end up dumping for SPY. I thought it was going to make a pop to the upside, but it looks like it's having trouble here. We'll see here in a second. SPY bearish momentum building. SPY could actually end up dumping here. I repeat, SPY could end up dumping. Alex, thank you. Thank you for the super. Thank you for supporting the channel, man. I appreciate you, my dude. We do this. And the RACD just went red. Yeah, SPY's going to end up dumping. SPY's going to end up dumping. It's going to end up going red on the day. This is crazy. Deja vu. If AMC and GME close green on the day, this is insane. Because that's what happened in the deja vu. SPY ends up going red and AMC and GME end up closing green about like 1%, 0.50%. Thank you, Alex. I truly appreciate that super. That's what I'm talking about. AMC just confirmed 442 as support. I need to make more emojis for the members. I'm gonna get more soon, y'all. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we have like 15, 16 emojis. I'm gonna get more though. We're starting to get a boost. We're starting to get a boost, y'all. Power hour in 6 minutes. Power hour in 6 minutes. I need to make $100 a day profit on stocks. That's what you want to do? $100 a day isn't that bad. You can average out to $100 a day, but you shouldn't try to go $100 every day. You should try to make your average $100 a day. That way you're not forcing trade so much. If you guys can follow me on Instagram and Twitter, follow me on Instagram and Twitter. It's linked in the comment section and description. I'd greatly appreciate it if you guys could follow me on Instagram and Twitter. I post more updates there. I post stories there. I post pictures there, obviously.
Looks like we just got an inquiry about the Discord, so I sent out that information. AMC getting a nice little push to the upside. I'll never forget that time you guys flooded me with the Discord invites. You guys flooded me, bro. Like 1,000 of you came. All at once. You guys flooded the face, y'all. A Spanish Brit? She's not Spanish. GameStop also looks like it could potentially be setting up for a move. You see how the bands are constricting here. If we get green MACD, we're in the money because we are above blue medium line. AMC needs to break above the blue medium line at 547. Yo, flooded the face. Damn it.
It is officially power hour. It is officially power hour, ladies and gentlemen. Officially power hour. $55 minutes remaining. 55 minutes remaining. GameStop creeping to the upside. SPY possibly creeping to the down, putting in new lows. SPY putting in new intraday lows right now. I swear, if SPY ends up closing red and AMC and GME end up closing green, this is crazy. Because that's what the deja vu said. That's how you know we've been doing this way too long, y'all. We're starting to see every pattern known to man. Every technical pattern known to man we've witnessed. Guys, if you want to support the channel for absolutely free, just hit the like button and subscribe. If you want to support in a different way, obviously you can send a super chat or membership. And of course, we do have the merch store as well. Check out the merch store, link down below. This is the hat I got. Aaron is becoming a beast with these designs. We got new stuff coming out all the time, so you guys can check that out. We're heading towards 5,000 views. Thank you, guys. 5,000 a day, man. 5,000 a day. Wait. We're headed towards that 5,000 view mark. still 1 million shares available to short AMC, 2.2 million to short GME. You hope I make enough money to buy a house? Thank you. I know just what I would do with that house. It wasn't boring. Today was awesome. Got to chill with the fam, relax, make a little bit of a bag. Sometimes you gotta consolidate, bro. You gotta trust the process. No, we're not going to $4. We're about to go to 6. We're literally about to go to 6. Oh no, 10-minute MACD just went red. It looks like we're consolidating, getting ready to make a push, but I want to see it consolidate or go a little bit higher. I want to see us above 547. It looks like we could get this push here in the power hour or early tomorrow morning. Well, if this is a boring day and I got 5,000 views on a boring day, I can't wait till a non-boring day. $45 minutes remaining. 45 minutes remaining. DZ fam is growing fast. 13,382. We're getting new subscribes every day, man. Maybe go to like 20 or 40 bucks out for the next push. If you're new, you want to watch a lot of my videos and study a lot. Got a lot to catch up on. And a lot of shit's about to happen. Will I buy the dip or FOMO in? I've already bought my shares. My shares are ready for selling as soon as I get a nice rally. Not guys, it's not really moving right now. Stock's not really moving. Kind of just consolidating, which is cool. That's wild, JP. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, ape and apeettes. I need everybody to hit that like button and subscribe. If you help support the channel, hit that like button and subscribe. If you find a video informative or entertaining, you are watching the DZ live stream, Tendy Tuesdays. It is time. Tendy Tuesday in the better right now. DZ live stream. DZ radio. DZ. Running the numbers up. We got 372 likes on the live stream, which I truly appreciate. Thank you so much. Got GameStop going green on the day right now. AMC 545. Looks like the memes might be consolidating for one more final power hour push. Could we see a push here in the last couple of minutes? Let's find out. I think we might. It's gonna either dump or push hard. I think push. We might even close both meme stocks green on the day. SPY slipping lower and lower and lower. Almost all the MACDs are red on SPY. From 5 all the way to 2. GameStop trying to make a double bottom, pushing up. GameStop green on the day. GameStop is green on the day. How you do that? Let me show you, son. Ah, the bullish bull in the chat. Tan dropping the bulls. I see. I see your bulls, and I will counter you more bulls. Real trap shit. Easy beats. Nah. Rewind it. Or if you get delay or your stream is lagging, refresh the stream. If you refresh the stream every once in a while, it will stay up to date. All right, right now AMC holding support, but we are starting to get MACD red on the 5-minute and 10-minute time frame. So that is something to be aware of. We are holding levels right now, but bearish momentum is starting to build. GameStop, 5-minute and 10-minute red as well, below the blue medium line. AMC holding the blue medium line, but it has a hammer candle that slipped below it. This is on the 10-minute time frame. We need to hold 542. We want to try to hold 542. If not, we have support at 533. AMC 545, GameStop 2440. They're desperately trying to keep AMC away from 550, which is the ultimate goal of $6. The halfway mark to the ultimate goal of $6, and keep GME away from $25, which the halfway goal would be $24.50. If we break above that, we have a clear shot to those price targets for those stocks, and that's what they fear. See you, TP. A pleasure having you, dog. Bullish engulfing on what time frame? All right, y'all, 30 minutes remaining. I repeat, 30 minutes remaining. 30 minutes left of the market. Get ready to lock in your gains. And the last 30 minutes normally are volatile, so be prepared. AMC showing potential signs of some bearishness. Just want to keep it 100 with you guys. We have support at 533 if we do lose the 542 level. I would love to see AMC close above 542 today, though. If we close above 542, that's extremely bullish for tomorrow to break above 550 tomorrow officially and hold that level. So we will see here. But if we can break above, if we can close above 542, that is showing signs. And if you guys look how important 542 is, look on the hourly time frame. Look exactly where the blue medium line is, 542. We need to hold that level, y'all. We need to hold 542 in the close if possible. Bullish momentum looks like it's building. Bullish momentum looks like it's building. Yes. Everyone drop rockets. Keep dropping them. This is very important. Do not stop. Rockets in the chat right now. 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 She's trying to pump. Yeah, see what rockets do, baby. Power hour pump as planned. Pumpitude. Prepare for pumpage. All right, guys. AMC trying to go green on the day right now. GameStop with a little bit of pullback, unfortunately. But AMC trying to go green right now. We'll see what happens. Green MACD, 5-minute time frame. green MACD 5-minute time frame. Oh, we just got the red candle back. It's trying to go green. MACD trying to cross green 5-minute time frame. Yeah, MACD's trying to cross green 5-minute time frame right now, y'all. We'll see if we get this cross. If we get this cross, then we'll be looking good. You already know what it is. If you haven't yet, make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe. I appreciate it. You already know. Be sick. All right, man, we out here. The official DZ gear. Got the DZ fitted. Got the DZT. You already know. You dig. And we live. Yeah, GameStop unfortunately pulling back. We have support at 23. It looks like we're losing it. It's that 24.30 and 24.04. We want to try to hold this 24.30 level. We want to try to hold 24.30 on GameStop. AMC, I want to see AMC close above 542. It's very important that we close above 542, y'all. AMC is going to try to make an explosion here by the end of the day. It's trying really hard. It's trying to make an explosion here. They haven't used any short shares. AMC is trying to push up, y'all. AMC's definitely trying to push up. Fishy friends with the Rockets, and I appreciate you, Fishy. Thank you for that 15 gifted, bro. That was crazy. I really appreciate that, dude. Seriously. And let's see who else. It's not showing me. I was gonna shout everyone out. I was gonna shout everyone out who gave us super, but it's not showing me right now. I know it was Sev11 was one. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I was gonna shout everyone out, but GameStop 24.37. AMC trying to go green on the day. AMC trying to go green on the day. MACD 5-minute time frame. All right, we got AMC green 5-minute time frame MACD. Maybe back this up a little bit. There we go.
What's your favorite scary
This draw's sick. This beat is insane, y'all. Every time. Every time. You guys like this beat? Let me know in the comments down below. Type a 1 in the chat if you fuck with this beat. Type a 1 in the chat if you fuck with the beat, yo. Rockets in the chat, support for AMC. I love to see it. 13,388 subscribers. Shout out to the new subscribers. I appreciate you. Shout out to the new subscribers. I appreciate you, my dude. 13,383, man. Appreciate the new subs. Make sure you guys follow me on Instagram, Twitter. One's in the chat. GameStop's trying to go green again. GameStop just got a crazy bounce. The memes are trying to go green. The memes are trying to go green. You guys love the rave beat, huh? I guess we'll play it one more time. GameStop going green. GameStop going green on the day. I repeat, GameStop going green. Drop these rockets in the chat. Maybe we can party hard enough to make this thing go green. Let's rock out, fam. Come on. We're going to make these just go green on the day. AMC closing above 542 would be the most bullish thing right now. GameStop, yo, close green on the day, bro. That would just be a cherry on top. Close green on the day for your boy. Close green on your day for your boy. GameStop pumping right now. GameStop 24.46. AMC 546 right now. They're gonna break 550 tomorrow. AMC's gonna break 550 tomorrow. Got about 14 minutes remaining. 14 minutes remaining. 14 minutes remaining. 14 minutes left of trading, y'all. 14. I guess I'll drop down to the 1 minute. We got 5 minute green MACD on AMC. GameStop curling up. I should have made a short promotional video for this live stream. I normally do that. The live streams blow up when I do that. It's like the short video brings people to the live somehow. I guess maybe they see the short and click the video. I don't know. Little consolidation day never hurt anybody. Little consolidation day. That's all. Little inverse head and shoulders forming. Pushing us over 550. Just a bullish consolidation, that's all. Look at this. We're about to explode, y'all. Check this out. Above the blue medium line, all we need is that green MACD on the hourly time frame. That's all we need. And 30 minute is green, and it's staying green. So all we need is a little bit more, guys. We're either going to blow here in the next, 10 minutes, 11 minutes, or early tomorrow. Guys, make sure you check out my channel for a video around 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Check out for the video around 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to have more updates and predictions for AMC stock. Also GME SPY and Bitcoin as well. GameStop getting a nice push to the upside right now. GameStop determined to close green on the day. GameStop is determined to close green on the day, y'all. Determined. GameStop's like, hell no, I'm closing green on the day, bro. 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes remaining. This is the old school pump song, bro. This is the song we used to rock out to before, bro, when we pumped. This is the old school pump song, bro. If you know, you know, bro. If you know, you know. Back in the day, man. AMC's trying to join the club, man. It's like, nah, GameStop's green. AMC's like, man, I'm trying to join the club too, yo. AMC trying to go green. AMC green on the day, 548, y'all. Unbelievable. What a day. Do the memes close green? Whoa. If I get it right that the memes close green, this is crazy, bro, because I told you guys meme would close green. If it really happens, this is wild because they've been red all day. If it really closes green, y'all, this is wild. Man. What a day, y'all. What a day, what a day, what a day. Consolidation day. We're about to see an explosion tomorrow. You already know, man. We looking good. GameStop 2462. GameStop pushing up. GameStop has resistance at 24.62. AMC pushing up to 5.50. AMC 5.49. AMC has resistance at 5.50. Bro, she wants 550, but they try to keep making these sell walls. She wants it so bad. There's so much bullish pressure for 550. These damn sell walls. Not even pumping that much. You guys are tripping. Now everything's squeezing. Zap squeezing, Chewy squeezing, huh? Everything's squeezing, right? I'm not looking at it, bro. I'm sorry. Unless somebody drop a super, bro. Can't do it, bro. I'm focused on my stocks, man. Maybe I'll look into it in a second, but right now it's about to be closed for AMC and GME, and that takes precedence over anything. I see it. I looked at it when you guys said something. It's not even rallying like crazy. It's up 1%. Literally 1%. That's nothing. It's up 1% for the day. I don't think it's connected to the GME algo at all. That's fine if you believe that, but I don't think Chewy is connected to the GME algo at all. Chewy was never a meme stock. They want you to believe that. They want you to be distracted, especially with what's about to pop off of AMC. They want you focused on other stocks. That's why there's other stocks running. I'm not going to say their names. They want you focused on the other stocks. They want you to pour your money in these other stocks, get wrecked on these other stocks. AMC and GME are about to pop off, and they need you to not be watching. There's no way Chewy is in any way, shape, or form connected to the GME algo. I would believe that costs might be connected to the AMC and GME algo, but Chewy was never a meme stock and never ran with any of the meme stocks. The only connection it has is Roaring Kitty had bought some, which is not going to connect the algos. All right, guys, we're coming down to the last few minutes. 4 minutes remaining. 4 minutes remaining. GameStop green at 24.61. If GameStop can break and hold 24.62, you'll see a pop to the upside. AMC 5.47. Resistance at 5.50. Oh yeah, Ryan Cohen is another one too, yeah. I forgot about that. But that doesn't mean it's connected on the algo, bro. The stock looks nothing like AMC and GME as far as price structure. nothing like AMC and GME as far as price structure goes. I wouldn't be surprised if Roaring Kitty and Ryan Cohen were in cahoots together to pump Chewy stock because it's down. And it was at all-time lows, and then all of a sudden, this happened to help it. Kind of funny. There's still short data here. I do plenty of research, bro. Don't get emotional. Chewy's price action looks nothing like. There's nothing you guys can say to convince me Chewy is the same algo as AMC and GME. So I don't know why that bothers you so much. That's my opinion. If you guys believe that, that's fine. I don't care. But there's nothing you can say that convince me that that's the case. I simply don't see that. Moas after hours. Bimo with the super. Bimo has been on fire with the supers. You're wild, bro. You're wildin'. GameStop still green on the day, 24.57. AMC 5.45. 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Total gang in the winner circle, you dig? Pump the rockets for AMC. Pump the rockets. Last 30 seconds. Last 30 seconds. Pump it, pump it. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trading is over. 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 It's done. AMC literally closed 0.09% red. It was literally almost green. It was a penny away from green. A penny. If that, and it went to green after hours. If it would have closed here, if it would have closed at 5:49, it would have been green. It literally popped up after hours. It would have closed green if it was at 5:49. GameStop did close green. So AMC closed at 5:47. GameStop closed at 24.57. SPY closed at 555.82. Bitcoin's at 57,800 and Ethereum's at 3,000. All right, guys. So tune in tomorrow for more live streams. Also, you guys can tune in for the video around 8:30. A lot of people work, so they appreciate when I do the video. So I try to put those out for people that work and stuff like that. Also, videos are a great way to help your channel grow, by the way, just so you guys know, if you're trying to make a YouTube channel. You're welcome, Eric G. No problem, brother. Thank you for everything you done, bro. Wait. Okay, hopefully I didn't miss anything. Sorry. I always feel like I missed something. Okay. Yeah, you guys have a good day. I appreciate you guys for watching. Leave a like and a comment and subscribe on the way out. And I appreciate you guys for watching. Tendy Tuesdays DZ live stream. Tune in for the video for more, man. I appreciate you guys watching today. Wow. Thank you, dude. You didn't have to do that, brother. That's your 20th super chat, bro. You didn't have to do that. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. People like you guys is how we can do this every single day, all day, man. I appreciate you, Doc Will Star. Thank you, brother. Or Doc Will War. Sorry about that. Thank you, brother, for the 10. Crispy 10 piece. Thank you for the crispy 10 piece, y'all. Hit that like button and subscribe on the way out. Support the channel for absolutely free. Let's get a little bit of hype in the chat for Doc Will. You can renew it on a computer, a laptop, or Android phone. Yeah, so if you have a membership, you have to do it on an Android or a computer. I need a membership. Mine was canceled. Maybe someone will gift it, brother, or either or you can renew it. But hopefully if you stick around, bro, and if you guys want gifteds, you should try to comment a lot, because I notice it's obviously random too, but I notice it does go to people who comment a lot. So if you want to try to get gifteds, I would leave comments and try to chat, even if you just drop rockets or something like that, you know what I mean? Just try to get your, I think it gives you, I don't know, more chances to get picked. First of all, we didn't time out anybody for having a different opinion. Like, what? And if you did get timed out, you must have did something stupid or said something stupid. I literally said you can think what you want. Everyone who watches my channel can think what they want. It's my opinion that Chewy is not on the AMC and GME algo. I don't care if you believe that. That's fine. But I don't see any evidence for me to believe that. Why does it make you upset that I don't believe that? That's the real question. I don't care what you think or what your opinion is. I don't see any evidence to believe that, and that's just my opinion. Shout out Bimo. Shout out Arman. Shout out Armin Zaya. Shout out Sav11. Shout out Splendid Things. Fishy Friends. Eddie Mata. Shout out the Ape Father. And Brett. Thank you guys for the support and appreciation. Alex as well. 15 brand new members. Guys, today was insane. Great conversations. Great chat. Good energy. I appreciate you guys for watching. We got to do this again, right? Same energy, same chat, same vibes. Gotta love it. DZ fam in the building. DZ fam in the building, y'all. And if you want to get a shirt like this, check out the link. The hat. This is the hat that I'm wearing now. And let me see if I can find the shirt. It's on here somewhere. Right here's the shirt. You can get whatever colors you want to. You don't have to get the color you see. When you order it, you can get whatever color you want. So all that stuff's customizable once you order color and stuff like that. All right, guys. Thank you guys for making this possible. Guys and girls, ladies and gents. And we're gonna wrap up the show here. Shout out my top chatters, my top supporters, Kai Supreme, Bano, and James Price. After that, we have Tan for short and Eric G. Yeah, I literally want people to critically think. So anybody can have their own individual opinions and believe what they want. I want critical thinking. I literally just talked about this today. I want people to critically think and have their own free thoughts and opinions. 390 likes. We were so close to 400. That's insane. We were so close to 400. That's wild. Thank you, Emmanuel. I appreciate that. We got 4 more. We need 4 more to get 400. I'll try to get it right here. Hold on. I got 1 like I can add. I'm gonna add my like. Now we need 3 more for the 400 banger. And we got the 4. Thank you guys, man. I appreciate it, y'all. I appreciate it. Thank you. You guys always reach the goal, huh? Let's always reach the goal. Somehow the family always pulls through. Insane. Insane. Thank you guys. Shout out to the new subscribers, man. Thank you guys for all the support. You guys are crazy. All right, guys, tune in for the video. GameStop going green on the after hours a little bit here. Tune in for the video around 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, and I appreciate you guys for watching the live stream. As always, y'all, have fun, stay safe, make money. Peace out. Peace out. Eric G. You didn't have to do that, brother. Thank you. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, bro. Thanks, Robert. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Don't feel obligated to do anything. I appreciate you guys all watching, guys and girls. Eric G, thank you, man. You didn't have to do that, bro. I really appreciate it. That's going to put us at 16. Yeah, that puts us at 16 and 405 likes. Wow. Thank you, guys. All right, man. I got some stuff I got to handle, and then I got to work on this video, so I'll see you guys in a few. And then, of course, on the video, and then tomorrow on the live. Still work to be done yet. It's not over just yet. So AMC will be easy, but GameStop, I'm gonna need that. Thank you, Bano. Eric G and Bano. Thank you, Bano. Much appreciated. Banner with the dub. Thanks. All right, guys. I'll see you later. As always, have fun. Stay safe. Make money. Peace out. Good job, Motorheads. Good job. You deserve it. Yeah, nah, I'm with you guys, man. Literally, I hold shares. So I'm in this shit with you. And I knew I probably should have sold before the reverse split. I even asked you guys, should I sell? I asked everybody. But I didn't. I just held. And then I bought more after the reverse split. So I'm in the same boat with you guys. I ride with my followers, and everything I talk about is stuff I invest in. Bitcoin, Ethereum, GameStop, AMC. It's all stuff that I invest in. All right, y'all. I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna shut it down. Thanks for rocking out. And as always, man, you already know what it is. Stay safe. Make money. Have fun, stay safe, make money, have fun, stay safe, get it. I kind of explained what would happen, and if I was saying about selling, people should have definitely said, hey, maybe, but hey, it is what it is. Screw it. It might turn out in the end, if we do go into some type of bull run, better that we didn't sell. See you, Robert. I will, Benjamin, you too.